All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gabriel Collado, and I am a second-year physical therapy student here at UCF. And I have the honor of introducing our first speaker of the day today, Dr. Bridget McFadden. A little bit about Dr. McFadden. She's currently a research assistant professor, as well as an associate director of the Sports Science Lab at the University of South Carolina. She also holds her strength and conditioning specialist certification with distinction from the NSCA. A little bit more about her research emphasis. She focuses on the relationship between training stress and recovery, as well as the implications for health and human performance. Dr. McFadden is also especially interested in the use of endocrine, metabolic, and nutritional biomarkers in order to monitor female athlete health. Dr. McFadden received her undergraduate degree from St. Joseph's University, as well as her master's and PhD degrees in kinesiology and applied physiology from Rutgers University, State of New Jersey. The title of Dr. McFadden's lecture is From the Lab to the Field, Athlete Monitoring and the Use of Biomarkers to Optimize Performance. Everyone, please join us in welcoming Dr. Bridget McFadden.
Thanks, Gabe. All right. So thank you for having me out here today. I'm super excited to talk to you guys a little bit about the work that we do. Thank you to Dr. Stock and the UCF's Institute for Exercise Physiology and Rehabilitation Sciences. So today we're going to talk a little bit about athlete monitoring and the use of biomarkers to optimize performance. And I'm going to go a little bit more into special considerations for female athlete health. And so some of the research that I'm going to be presenting today is in collegiate athletes, as well as some military work as well. But I think it's really important when we start off a research agenda to consider our biases. And so one of my biggest biases is I believe that soccer is the greatest sport in the world. So with that, a lot of the research that I'm going to be presenting today is in soccer athletes and specifically female soccer athletes. Okay, so some quick disclosures. I've had funding from the Department of Defense, U.S. Special Forces Operations Command, Nutrisource pharmaceutical companies, Quest Diagnostics, who helped run a lot of our biomarker assays, and Dymatize and Milk Specialty Solutions. And so to start off, let's talk about the utility of athlete monitoring and why we do it. And so when we start an athlete monitoring program, we have to go to the coaches and the athletes and get some buy-in. And a lot of times when we're working with old school coaches in particular, they tend to be met with a little bit of resistance. Like, we don't need athlete monitoring. We just know what's going on with our athletes. We see it on the field. But what we like to say is that if you're not systematically assessing, ultimately you're just guessing. And so to start with, I think we really, when we're talking about why this is so important, we need to start with the principle of overload, right? And so Hans Selye developed what's known as general adaptation syndrome. And with this, we can apply it to understanding how performance improvements occur. So we start with baseline fitness values. We provide some sort of overload stimulus. We train. Immediately after our training, we become fatigued. Performance declines, right? But given enough time to recover, we eat enough, we sleep enough. We'll go through what's known as, some athletes' careers. And so these are the type of things that we want to monitor and look out for in our athletes. And so a lot of the research done in an overreaching type setting has been more lab-based. We bring the athletes in, we train them really hard for 2, maybe 3 weeks, and we see performance decrements, and then we match that up with some of the monitoring techniques that we use. Some issues with that, however, is that a lab-based setting can never truly match up with some of the stressors that we see in an actual competitive environment. You can never mimic the sleep deprivation. You can never mimic the relationships and competition. You can never mimic the travel that some of these athletes actually go under. And so keep that in mind throughout the rest of this presentation. And so some consequences of inadequate recovery. We talked about non-functional overreaching. We talked about overtraining syndrome. But we can also discuss this in more of a nutritional components as well. So with that, we could talk about the female athlete triad. And the female athlete triad is a host of 3 interconnected disorders stemming from what's known as low energy availability. You're not fueling enough to meet the demands of your sport. And with that, for females, that can lead to loss of menstrual cycle, as well as low bone mineral density. Recently, it's been expanded upon that this doesn't just occur in females, that males actually can experience some of these aspects of this triad. And this is known as relative energy deficiency in sport. And it's not just no longer just those 3 interconnected disorders, but it's a whole host of consequences occur from low energy availability. With that, we can think of inadequate recovery leading to increases susceptibility for injury, as well as illness. But you talk to an athlete and you tell them all of these things, like there's health consequences to inadequate recovery. We really need you to maybe sit out this practice so you can fully recover, or sit out this next game. And they'll look at you and they'll say, Bridge, not gonna happen. You know, I need to play, I need to be on the field. I don't care about my health. If I lose my period during season, it's the consequence, right? But if you can really frame this in more of a performance declines, and if you don't take the time to recovery now, we may not have you for the rest of the season. All right. So along with some of those stressors that we see, I wanted to really highlight collegiate stressors as well. And so here is a typical collegiate fall sport of soccer, right? And so the top bars here are just months of the year in the collegiate model. And the bottom is looking at the European Premier League or professional league model. And so some of the bars that I want to highlight are some of these colors. So let's take a look at the collegiate model, the yellow. That's representative of preseason. So collegiate fall sport athletes have a 2-week preseason to get ready for their season. And we're seeing some of the highest workloads that we'll see all year in this 2-week preseason. I wouldn't call that a preseason. That's more of a warm-up, right? And so coaches are hitting you with 2-a-day, 3-a-day practices, right? High stress environment. It's very competitive, right? And that goes right into the competitive season. Another shortened competitive season compared to the EPL model. And the other component that really needs to be stressed is these blacked out months. NCAA rules and regulations stipulate that during those blacked out months, you are not allowed to monitor your athletes. Right? This is rules and regulations state that coaches are not allowed interaction, athlete monitoring, or training during these periods. And so what we're expecting is that our collegiate athletes come into preseason not having trained with our coaches for 3 months and be ready enough to meet the demands of that 2-week preseason, right? And so shortened preseason, congested match fixtures for the female soccer athletes, they're playing on a Friday, Sunday schedule. So it's a really quick turnaround between matches. There's frequent travel. You can't forget that we're working with students, so they have academic requirements as well. All of this leads to exacerbated recovery requirements in these athletes. I got the chance during my PhD at Rutgers over there in New Jersey to be the sports scientist for the Rutgers women's team, and I got to travel at all their practices and the games. And so a typical travel schedule for us would we would fly out on Thursday over to Minnesota, play in the game on Friday, bus over to Wisconsin, playing the game on Sunday just to fly home to be in class on Monday morning. So really stressful environments. So importantly, athlete monitoring is necessary to assess recovery needs, gives us the ability to tailor our practices to improve the efficiency of our training, gives us the big picture of how the athlete responds to the chronic stress of the season, helps to reduce injury risk, and detect training stressors related to performance outcomes. Ultimately, the goal is to prevent declines in performance from occurring. And so how do we go about doing this? What are some of our athlete monitoring methods that we have? And it's really important that we're going to be able to use objective as well as subjective data and provide context to some of the things that the coaches are seeing. And so I threw up on the board here some of the building blocks that what makes an athlete successful. And so different sports will emphasize different fitness components that make for a successful athlete. And so for soccer is a power endurance sport. We need to be able to sustain long-term power outputs consistently throughout a match, as well as has a pretty high aerobic capacity base as well. And so it becomes really important to be able to maximally test some of these fitness components. And so coming up with a performance testing schedule becomes essential to athlete monitoring. And so for us, we like to look at, in soccer athletes, we like to look at body composition, assess periodically throughout the season. So through this, we use air displacement plethysmography. It can get at percent body fat and fat-free mass. So if we see fat-free mass is declining throughout the season, maybe that you have some sort of nutritional intervention to prevent that, or more recovery is needed in these athletes. We can assess aerobic capacity with VO2 max testing. That also gets at heart rate max as well as ventilatory threshold. And those values can be used to program and individualize workload monitoring for on-field, more accurate on-field monitoring. We could look at power assessments, counter movement, vertical jump. And so what I mentioned on the board here are lab-based assessments. These are the gold standards for assessing these values. If you don't have access, these are pretty expensive technologies. There are plenty of field-based metrics to also get at these performance metrics that we're looking to test. We could look at strength, depending on your sport, speed, agility. And again, for us, we like to test 4 times a year during the season. So prior to the start of preseason, immediately post-season, when they came back from winter break, and before they left for summer break. And so some of the things that we would see, and this is where really context becomes important. So if we saw that VO2 max and counter movement jump declined from pre to post season, what does that tell us? And I would argue not a hell of a lot. We need to actually look at their workloads to see whether or not maybe it was a non-starter and maybe she came in really with high fitness values, and she didn't get that type of workload stimulus throughout the season, and so performance declined. Or maybe it was a starter, a 90-minuter, and she played too much, too high of workloads, and that's the result of the declines that we see, right? So context is key. We could also look at subjective data, and so mood questionnaires have become really important. It's been shown to be associated with overreaching. We could look at sleep, self-reported sleep to assess recovery needs, session RPE, diet logs to assess nutrition, as well as menstrual status. Important though, when we're looking at subjective data, it's really important to have some sort of objective base behind it as well, because I will tell you one thing about athletes, and I'm sure anybody working with athletes will tell you the same thing: athletes lie. They will not tell you the truth if they want to stay on, if it'll cost them a starting spot or a position on the field, or even, missing one practice, they'll say, nah, Bridge, I'm good. I'm fine, right? So having some sort of objective backup is important. And so I mentioned workload tracking, right? So we can look at internal and external workloads to track what the athletes are doing on the field. So internal loads are just the physiological response of the athlete to their workloads, whereas external loads are just the work completed by the athlete. And we can look at GPS, accelerometry, and heart rate tracking, and we can get at things like training load or a training impulse score. And this is really good to be able to communicate with coaches. It kind of gives us values that they can understand, right? You get a number of points for every practice that you go to or you train at. And it's like a bank, you have this amount of money in your bank to train each week. And if you're consistently overdrawing money from that bank, your points are too high, that's indicative of, your fatigue is you're gonna have to make up those points somewhere. Right? We're getting increased fatigue rates. And so maybe the next week we have to back off a little bit, right? So that's the utility of those training loads. They're arbitrary numbers, but they help with communication with the coaches. We can also get at caloric expenditure, distance covered, sprints, average speed, etc. And so I threw up on the board here typical weekly energy expenditures in collegiate soccer season. And so the gray bars are during practices, the black bars are during games. And so this is weekly averages. And you could see that the first 2 weeks of the season are the highest loads that we'll see all year, right? And the athletes are burning close to 7,000 calories in exercise energy expenditure alone weekly. And so what's that look like? I mean, first, it's conversations about what that looks like to nutrition and recovery, but also it's talking to the coaches and asking them, for this year, we asked them, would you ever play 10 games in 2 weeks during the season? And they said, no, that's crazy. But with these loads, that's what the equivalent is, right? So all this is to provide some context. This is a typical training and a typical output that we would get from we use the Team Pro system with some of our soccer sports teams that we work with. And so it gives you a nice little heart rate graphs on the bottom and time spent in different heart rate zones for these athletes. We picked, to show you, I just picked 2 forwards and 2 center backs. And the highest heart rate zones that they have up there is the 90 to 100% of your heart rate max. And you could see this is a warm-up, first half, second half, and double overtime match. And you could see that the majority of time spent for these athletes is in that higher heart rate zones. And what I really wanted to highlight here, again, is the caloric expenditures that we're seeing in this 150 minutes match. And so talking to a female athlete and telling them, you just burned 2,500 calories in this game, plus whatever else you need for daily energy. You're looking at 4,000 calories in a day to perform optimally in this match, right? So all of these is to provide some context on how we use athlete monitoring. And again, talking about starters and non-starters, I alluded to this a little bit in the beginning of my talk. So this is a study that we did at the University of South Carolina looking at volleyball players. So we looked at as the dotted lines are starters, the dashed lines are non-starters. And what happens about week 3 is that we start our competitive season. And so if we were just looking at team averages, we would say that the coaches did a fairly decent job of maintaining team averages throughout the season, workloads-wise. Out of this, and so we talked about workloads and monitoring workloads, but that really only gets at the 2 hours in a day that we actually get to see our athletes. What happens in the other 22 hours in a day? How are they responding to the chronic stress of the season? And this is where I think biomarkers can really have some utility, right? And so what is a biomarker? A biomarker is a measurable substance in an organism whose presence is indicative of some phenomenon such as disease, infection, and environmental exposure. And so for a long time, these have really been used in more clinical settings. But we would argue that biomarkers have the capacity to provide an objective evaluation of the athlete's overall health recovery and performance status. And the right combination of biomarkers can really help give you the big picture of how the athlete is responding to the stress of the season. So there are a couple of types of different markers that we can look at. We could look at endocrine markers that can assess repair, recovery, fuel mobilization. We could look at some biochemical markers that can assess muscle damage, hydration, oxidative stress, and inflammation, as well as some nutritional markers, right, that can assess blood lipids, cholesterol, vitamins. And again, all of these combined can provide a roadmap to athlete health. but really important when it comes to application of these markers. So when choosing a time course of when to actually use these markers and how often do you test, it's important to consider the time course of change of some of these markers, right? So if you're looking at, a lot of times iron is assessed in female athletes, but it's just assessed preseason and then postseason. But iron is a really important for performance. It's our oxygen carrying capacity molecule. But if we see iron decline mid-season, but we're only testing pre and post, we've missed an opportunity here to intervene, right? So time course of change really becomes important. And proximity to our training. How close do we want to test our athletes to when they last trained, right? So for our schedule, we like to do about 24 to 48 hours in arrested conditions post-training. And we would do every 4 weeks of the season. So some of the data that I'll show you going forward, we're looking at 4 major time points prior to preseason, 4 weeks following that, and the last one was postseason. The frequency becomes important. How often do we test them? Too frequent, it becomes burdensome to the athletes. Too infrequent, we may miss some things and it becomes meaningless, right? And then the last thing I want to just talk about when it comes to application is acute and chronic considerations, right? Are we testing this immediately post-exercise? Because that'll lead to different changes physiologically than it would in a basal rested state. So take cortisol, for example. Cortisol is a really important hormone during exercise. It helps with fuel mobilization. However, chronic increases in cortisol indicates increased stress, as well as more of a catabolic state. And so I had mentioned a lot of the lab-based research studies looking at biomarkers. They kind of have mixed results on whether or not they're related to training stress. But I would argue that you can never truly look at overtraining in a lab-based study. You'll never get that study through the IRB, right? So we kind of have to turn to military research to look at using biomarkers in a research setting and in a workload monitoring type of setting. And so Toscanen et al. Did a really interesting study looking at 8-week Finnish military basic training. And he found that 33% of the soldiers were classified as overreached by the end of basic military training. He found increases in sex hormone binding globulin pre 4 and 7 weeks from training, increased cortisol post-training, decreased IGF-1, a big anabolic biomarker. And he also found that the less fit soldiers coming into training and those with a decreased testosterone to cortisol ratio actually had more reported sick days. So one of those hallmark conditions of an overreached state. A colleague of ours, Dr. Brad Nindle up at University of Pittsburgh, was looking at Army Ranger training. And so in October, we got the opportunity to talk to some of the sports medicine professionals that were looking at recovery rates in Army Ranger training. So a lot of times, you finish with Army Ranger training, they beat you up pretty good here after training. And then the soldiers are immediately deployed to their next station. So the sports medicine professionals there, I think we're at Fort Benning in Georgia, we're looking at a 2-week recovery period to try to have them heal before sending them off to deployment. What did that do to long-term? Because some of these guys get beat up for a long terms. They have lagging injuries that really never recover. And so just to kind of emphasize how beat up these guys were, there's new names for some of the diseases that they incur. So they were telling us about, you have very high load carrying. They do a lot of rucks. And so you carry a backpack around for days, you're sleep deprived. And some of the guys coming out of Army Ranger training, they have what's known as rucksack palsy, where they can't even lift their arms above their heads after training. And then they're sent off to be deployed wherever their next station is. Really, so that's just to show you how high of a load that these, I'm gonna call them tactical athletes, are under. So Dr. Nindle did a study looking at a 1,000-calorie deficit, which led to, the soldiers were under a 1,000-calorie deficit, which led to decreased power, strength, body mass, fat-free mass, as well as body fat percentage. And what he found was a decreased testosterone and IGF-1, while cortisol increased. Friedel et al. Also was looking at this Army Ranger course, but looking at 2 different cohorts. The first group was under a 1,200 calorie deficit, while group 2 was under a 1,000 calorie deficit. And what he found was that group 1 had T3 below normal, testosterone was bottomed out, it was almost non-existent, IGF-1 declined by almost half, and TSH was high. A refeeding caused the recovery of these markers, but some of them took months to fully recover from. Group 2 showed an attenuated T3 decline, less fat-free mass, less IGF-1 declines, a similar testosterone decline. They did a mid-course refeed, and which temporarily restored IGF-1 and T3. But across both groups, cortisol increased, and growth hormone and cholesterol increased as well. So really high loads. And so we know that biomarkers can be used to indicate some sort of fatigue or overreached state. But in order for them to really be useful, it's important that they be tied to some other measurables, such as training load, sleep, nutrition, right? And so we were working with an MLB team a while back, and they really were interested in biomarkers. And so they jumped right in, they said, we're gonna do biomarker monitoring with our athletes. And they found that some of these markers that we're looking at, especially cortisol, had large increases during the season. And they looked at us and they said, okay, what do we do now? And honestly, I don't know, because we have no training load. We can't tell you to modify sleep or nutrition because we don't have any of that information, right? So really important that if we're using biomarkers in this situation, that it be tied to something that's modifiable. The most useful biomarkers are the ones that can be most easily modified by training, diet, and sleep. And so what we like to say is use the see-say-do model, right? Can you see these markers change? If the markers aren't changing, it's probably not a useful marker to use. Can you say something about that marker? If you see it change, what do you know about it? Why is it changing? If you have no idea why it's changing, probably not a good marker to use. And then if you see it change, you know why it's changing, but you can't do anything about it. You can't change it with sleep or diet or training load reductions, then also probably not a great marker to use. So see, say, do. You gotta be able to see it change. You gotta be able to say something to the coaches about it. And you got to be able to do something about it and modify it. All right, let's put this all together. So the next part of my talk is I'm going to be presenting some of the research that we have in our lab. I'm excited to be able to present some of this stuff here. And so the very first study that we did looking at biomarkers was looking at the biomarker response to a competitive season in Division I female soccer players. And what we saw is really high loads during preseason. But following that, we saw increases in total cortisol, prolactin, T3, IL-6, and creatine kinase, with significant declines in iron throughout the season. And what did that match up with, and why this all matters, is that when we did performance testing pre and post season, we saw declines in weight, declines in percent body fat, declines in VO2 max, as well as vertical jump. So large implications for performance. I want to talk about this study. It's not really a biomarker per se study, but it sets the stage for the next one. And so we wanted to look at whether or not we know that there's physiological differences between males and females. You know, males have a greater relative fat-free mass, lower percent body fat, greater VO2 max, and a greater power capacity. But what does that look like for workload? Right? So we're looking at this study. We looked at a comparison of internal and external training loads in male and female collegiate soccer players during both practices and games. And we found parallels in caloric expenditure expressed on a relative basis, parallels in total distance, heart rate, training load, all indicating a very similar workload between men and women. Right? So the left is heart rate graphs at practices and games between males and females, and there was no differences between males and females. Where we started to see some of these major differences was in the distance covered in high-speed running, right? So on an external load basis, males cover more distance at high-speed running than females. And so looking at this, if the workload is similar, what about the physiological response between males and females? And so this is just exercise energy expenditure and relative exercise energy expenditure over the course of a season in males and females. And the females are in the black bar. And you see that a very similar pattern occurs over time. Females had a little bit higher of a workload during this season. But what did we also see? That despite some similar patterns of change in workload variables, there were differences in physiological response. And so that yellow line is the reference range for total cortisol. And we see that our female athletes were above reference range for total cortisol throughout the season compared to those males. We also saw differences in anabolic stress, metabolic markers, nutritional status as well. And even when we statistically adjusted for those workload disparities, the sex differences observed remained apparent. And what I really wanted to highlight here was iron, right? We saw declines in iron for our female athletes below male averages throughout almost all of these time points, right? And this was even when we saw some of these declines occurring in some of our athletes, we supplemented, and this was still these disparities were occurring. And so this next study, we wanted to look at whether or not the more fit you came in during preseason were you able to handle those loads to a greater degree than some of your unfit counterparts? And so we looked at the preseason time period. This was in field hockey athletes, female field hockey athletes. And we saw after that preseason time period, there was disruptions in total cortisol, free cortisol, T3, creatine kinase, iron, and sex hormone binding globulin. But interestingly, VO2 max actually accounted for 31% of the variance in total cortisol. And percent body fat accounted for 48.9% of the total variance in T3. There's a couple of other associations, but I'm running a little bit on time. So to highlight that calories was actually positively correlated with VO2 max and negatively correlated with percent body fat. So what does this actually show us? That there's potentially a fit athlete paradox that presents itself during this preseason period. That the better shape athletes, the ones that came in more fit, the ones with higher VO2 max, lower percent body fat, a higher vertical jump, had a substantially greater stress response. Why did that occur? Am I arguing to don't become fit when you come into preseason? No, it was actually that the higher fit athletes were doing more work than their lower fit counterparts. They were making up for some of their lower fit counterparts, right? And so when we actually brought this to the coaches the next year and we controlled for this, hey, listen, you got to back off on some of your more fit players and get those other ones up to shape, this paradox went away, right? So this is modifiable stuff. In this study, we looked at physiological and psychological changes that occur over the course of the season as in response to the cumulative demands. And so again, we have known with literature that mood states have been associated with overreaching and overtraining. And so we wanted to see whether or not biomarkers also matched up with those mood states in response to the cumulative demands. And what we saw was that after that preseason time point, again, we had some increases in some of our more inflammatory and markers of muscle damage. We saw growth hormone declines. Again, cortisol values were elevated. But what we also saw that we looked at the multi-component training distress scale. And so we're looking at total distress here. And so what we saw that after that preseason time point, total training distress actually declined in these athletes. As the season progressed, we started to see more and more training distress occur. And so that really points to the cumulative demands of the season, but also the efficacy of biomarkers to match up with some of our workloads that we're seeing. And then the last study, well, actually not the last study, a couple more studies. So this study is looking at, we really wanted to determine whether or not, okay, are biomarkers actually correlating with some of our performance outcomes that we're seeing? Do greater anabolic environments match up to greater changes in some of our performance outcomes? And so what we actually did see is that greater overall increases in markers of stress and inflammation were negatively associated with upper body strength and fat-free mass measures over the course of the season, whereas some of our more anabolic hormones, such as IGF-1, was correlated with some of our strength markers, right? So biomarkers do match up with some of our performance variables. All right, into the good stuff for me anyway. Some special considerations for female athletes. So in the literature today, there is a lack of research in female athletes. And this really is due to control for the menstrual cycle, right? So we tend to do our research in men and then simply apply that research to female athletes, right? And Dr. Sue Kleiner likes to say, you know, we're not just little men with hormone issues. We have our own physiological responses. And so it's important to be able to study these physiological responses. And so the big issue is the menstrual cycle, right? So what's the issue with the menstrual cycle? And it's that concentrations of endogenous sex hormones fluctuate across the menstrual cycle, which could have implications for exercise performance, right? So Dr. McNulty and a colleague of ours, Kirstie Elliott-Sales, did this great meta-analysis and was looking at performance changes over the menstrual cycle. And what they found was that exercise performance, particularly endurance and strength outcomes, may be trivially reduced during the early follicular phase of the menstrual cycle compared to all other phases. So what does that mean? It means that during certain phases of our menstrual cycle, we may have slightly reduced performance outcomes. But I would argue that female athletes are not scheduling their competitions or their matches around their menstrual cycle. So we need to figure out ways to play and continue to perform throughout. So maybe this has some considerations for recovery and nutritional considerations. But what's more important, and what I think is even more crucial, is menstrual status and monitoring menstrual status in our female athletes. So this is a study that we did with a colleague of ours up at Loyola Marymount, Dave Sanders, and he was really interested in dance athletes. And so we looked at the American Ballet Theater up in New York and monitored energy expenditures and total daily energy expenditures throughout a competition or ballet competition phase. And he also did menstrual status pre and post. And of the 13 female athletes that we looked at, only 3 of them were getting a regular period. And so this has huge implications. This is a time period where we're developing our peak bone mineral density. And once that's gone, once that time period is lost, we're never going to be able to achieve peak bone mineral density, right? And so, even speaking with some of the athletes that we work with, they'll tell you, Bridge, I lost my period during season, but that's just typical, right? But menstrual status loss is not optimal. And it really should not be considered inevitable during season, right? So these are modifiable changes that we can make that can have long-term impacts on our athletes. The last study that I want to go over quickly is just looking at oral contraceptives. So this is another aspect for female athletes. And so for this study, we evaluated the effects of oral contraceptive use on biomarkers and body composition during a competitive season in collegiate female soccer athletes. So we just monitored those on oral contraceptives and those not on oral contraceptives. And what we found was that the oral contraceptive group was exposed to substantially higher levels of SHBG, cortisol, C-reactive protein, which is an inflammatory marker, leptin, and growth hormone. And that the oral contraceptive group had a lower estrogen, what's to be expected, progesterone, testosterone, FSH, and CK. Interestingly, both groups increased fat-free mass, but the control group, the ones not on oral contraceptive, had a greater magnitude of increases in fat-free mass as well as percent body fat. And so what this looks like is this is total cortisol between oral contraceptive groups and non-oral contraceptive groups. And we found that 2 times the exposure to oral contraceptive, 2 times the exposure to cortisol in the oral contraceptive group, and 5 times the exposure to C-reactive protein throughout the course of the season. Putting this all together. So really important is to be able to determine when, what, and how we are monitoring our athletes. And one of the issues with all of this is the fear of monitoring. So sometimes you're met with resistance because they don't want, the athletes are worried that you're gonna get them in trouble with the coaches, right? And you're just gonna be used against you. So really developing that back and forth with your athletes to this is designed to help you. This is not gonna hurt you in any way. And then really important that these information is data driven, right? So showing their athletes their own data becomes really important. I think that there's a bit of a taboo right now in talking to your athletes about calories, right? You don't want to tell them how many calories that they have, or it may impact, body composition issues and all that stuff. But everybody's got one of these Apple Watches these days. They know if they're not coming to you to get that information, I guarantee they're going to somebody else, right? And it might be some Netflix documentary on, I don't know, the latest craze in diet and exercise, right? And so providing team averages and team data is really important. This is something that we used to do with our athletes in coming into the break period, in which case we would kind of give them at where they fell on the average. And all the things that we're testing goes into on-field performance. This is how you can improve and where you lie on a team basis. Obviously, nutrition, sleep, and recovery is always important. And just to wrap up, context is key. right? To see performance improvements, it's not magic, it's science. These are the tools. Choose the right ones for the job, right? You may not have access to the Cadillac of athlete monitoring, but done well, the Toyota Corolla will get you there just fine, right? And so with that, I'm going to leave you off with, when working with teams and athletes, remember, especially collegiate athletes, they are students too. So the takeaway is you're going to need a lot of education and a lot of patience. And so with that, I want to thank the University of Central Florida's Institute for Exercise Physiology and Rehabilitation, the lab group, and those at the Sports Science Lab at the University of South Carolina, and everybody for listening to me talk today. Appreciate it.
All right, we'll go ahead and open up the floor to any questions you guys have. So just go ahead and raise your hand and I'll hand the mic over to you.
I'm curious about the practical application or take-home point with the oral contraceptives. That data was a little alarming.
Yeah.
So what do we do with it?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, you're not going to tell your athletes to not be on oral contraceptives, right? But it might have some implications for recovery aspects or maybe nutritional considerations that have, or approaches that really haven't been considered. I think when it comes to oral contraceptives too, you have to ask why your athletes are on oral contraceptives, right? So a lot of times when you're not getting your period or during season and you go to a doctor and you tell them that, they'll prescribe oral contraceptives, right? And that's really just masking the problem of low energy availability. So that's something to consider. But I think it's a really good question, like how do you modify that if that's what's happening? But I think it really is going to come down to first steps is just making sure that recovery is in place and proper nutrition and sleep to kind of combat some of the things that we may be seeing with oral contraceptives. Good question. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good afternoon.
How's it going?
For the research that you did with dancers,
Mm-hmm.
Was there, with the biomarkers that you were looking at, did you take into account any of the repetitive foot strike hemolysis that goes on with dancers?
For in regards to like iron status
Yeah,
and
like-
stuff? We didn't. No, we
Okay.
did. They were wearing they were wearing their Polar Team Pro sensors. So we were really only picking up like caloric expenditure, distance covered, all that stuff. We really didn't get too much into like the biomechanics of it, but it's a good
Okay.
point. Yeah.
And with that, the calorie deficit,
Mhm.
that the 1,000 calorie deficit or 1,200 applied to that as well, right? The less calories they took,
For the military research?
for the dancers.
Oh, I'm not sure that they were in a calorie. We didn't actually measure the caloric deficit. We were just measuring what their exercise energy expenditure was throughout the
Okay.
season. That's a good question.
That's great. Though. That's
Yeah.
great.
Thanks.
Hello. I was wondering if you had any data from before you started tracking the biomarkers and injury prevalence in the soccer players and then after and how that
Yeah.
changed?
Great question. I love this question because okay, so when we started working with the female athletes, the women's soccer team, they actually approached us to come help them out with their programming because the Rutgers women's soccer team had 9 times national ACL injury rates with their athletes. Yeah, so it was pretty bad. But by the time that we had finished, I had worked with them for 4 years. We had only 1 season-ending injury with biomarker, with the complete picture of athlete monitoring. So it does make a difference over the course of the season, but I wish we had data on that. That would have been pretty stark comparison. Thanks.
So you had mentioned in the off seasons where the coaches can't interact with the athletes. Is there any like nutritional or supplementational intervention to help like go into the season with more balanced hormones and like chemical balances?
Yeah, great question. So some data that I really didn't get a chance to present on is a nutrition education piece with these athletes. And so we have some data showing from a comparison of like a nutritional with regards to when we did a nutritional intervention versus years that nutritional interventions were not performed. And it did have some effects on improvements in biomarker and physiological responses. It was not done over the break period, but it is really important. Nutrition plays a huge role in recovery, and so it's something to definitely consider.
What type of modifications did you implement to try to normalize the menstrual cycle in your female athletes?
Good question. So what type of like lifestyle interventions to try to fix that? I think, you know, what we first determine what it's stemming from, right? And so low energy availability seems to be the major cause of these menstrual cycle disturbances and menstrual cycle loss. And so that's really educating them on fueling properly to meet the demands of the season. And so the study that was actually, I got funding from Dymatize Solution was looking at, and I didn't get to present this too, we provided nutritional supplementation to the athletes. So one group received a protein supplement and the other group received a carbohydrate supplement. And we were looking to see whether or not they had differential responses to supplementation. And one of the things we were looking at was menstrual status changes as well. So I really do, it goes back to nutrition. I keep saying nutrition, but it really does go back to nutritional interventions. When they're burning 4,000 calories in a game, getting them to eat an extra 4,000 calories a day is really a challenge, right? So good question.
We have time for one more question.
Hi, my question was, I know you got the results back, but did you ever think about their emotional state after? Since you mentioned how, you know, the traveling and everything is a lot to sustain on themselves and then the physical activity. How did you incorporate their emotional state?
Good question. Yeah, so that goes back to some of the subjective data. So I'm more of an exercise physiologist, so I don't deal too much with like the psychology or an exercise psychology. We looked at mood states with the multi-component training distress scale and tried to look at how that matched up with workload. But from any athletes that would report any type of psychological issues from occurring, that would be something that I would refer to a mental health counselor for. But really good question and something definitely to consider.
Okay, so that'll wrap it up for Q&A. So we're going to have a quick 10-minute break before our next speaker. So just so you guys know, we will have coffee and donuts in the hallway outside. But with that being said, everyone give a big hand for Dr. Bridget McFadden one more time.
Thank you.
All right, and then we'll come back at 2.
Good afternoon, everybody. If you'd like to take a seat, we're going to get started with our next speaker. All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Alyssa Nicely, and I am a student in my final semester in the Master of Athletic Training program here at UCF. I'd like to just remind our audience, if at any point during the conference you take any types of pictures or social media or follow us along, we'd like you to use the hashtag IEPRS22 so that we can include you in our media. We'd also like to remind anyone on Zoom that you can ask questions in the chat, as well as our live audience will be able to ask questions at the end. So I'm excited to introduce our next speaker. She unfortunately isn't able to join us in person today, but will be joining us via Zoom, and we'll have time for questions at the end. So Dr. Janet Simon is an associate professor at the Division of Athletic Training in the School of Applied Sciences and Wellness at Ohio University. Dr. Simon earned a bachelor's degree in athletic training from Southern Connecticut State University and a master's degree in athletic training from Ohio University. She has a second master's degree in applied statistics and a PhD in epidemiology and biostatistics from Indiana University. Her research includes interests in measuring the outcomes of rehabilitation interventions, evaluation of health-related quality of life in high school and collegiate athletes who suffer sport-related injuries, and using and developing patient-based outcome instruments. And Dr. Simon has published over 70 peer-reviewed articles and has been a principal investigator or a co-investigator on Department of Defense and National Institutes of Health grants totaling over $8 million. Please give a warm virtual welcome to Dr. Janet Simon.
Hello, my name is Dr. Janet Simon, and I'm an associate professor in athletic training at Ohio University. Today I'm going to talk about life after sports, the greatest challenge for former collegiate athletes, and I'm going to take a public health approach to this talk today. A little bit about myself. I did a bachelor's degree in athletic training at Southern Connecticut State University in New Haven, Connecticut. I then went to Ohio University and did a master's degree in athletic training where I worked with a football team for 2 years. I then went to Indiana University and did a second master's degree in applied statistics and a PhD with a concentration in biostatistics. So my talk today is going to follow a public health approach, and what I mean by that is we're going to first look at surveillance. So this determines what is the problem, and I'm talking about injury epidemiology, so how often injuries occur and what settings they occur in. Then we can also look at risk factors associated with those injuries, interventions to try to mitigate those injuries, and how we would do this on a large scale. So first we're going to talk about injury epidemiology. So injury epidemiology is the study of the distribution and determinants of health-related states among specific populations. And we can create fun infographics like this for the lay person to interpret how often injuries occur. So this one specifically is for American football. And we can see things like 500,000 football injuries occur each year, which is 2 times as many other sports. 67% of those injuries are sprains and strains, and then more than 50% of those injuries occur to the lower extremity. So we can create digestible information for many people to understand, to try to have people understand how often injuries occur and to what sports they occur. So one of the first studies I'm going to talk about is a concussion study that we did looking at concussions in youth, high school, and collegiate football athletes. So we had 2 cohorts of data, 2012 and 2013, and this study was funded by USA Football. So our procedures for the study is we had a youth football surveillance system which had 118 different youth football teams, and they provided just over 4,000 athlete seasons. We used Nation, which is sponsored by the Dataless Center, for high school injury data collection, and we had 96 football programs with just under 12,000 athlete seasons. And then we used the NCAA Injury Surveillance Program that had 24 member institutions providing just over 4,300 athlete seasons. So when looking at the concussions from these individuals, we can see that 9.6% of all injuries were concussion injuries in youth football. and 4% for high school and 8% for college. And there were many different theories on where we were going to see the most concussions. Some individuals thought we'd have the most concussions at our youth level because they may be less experienced, they may be less be able to protect themselves, so they thought injuries might happen more at the youth level, whereas other individuals thought we might see the most concussions at the collegiate level because faster pace of game, harder hits, etc. So we're first going to just look at the raw counts, and we can see here that the raw counts are highest for high school athletes. So someone might conclude that concussions occur most often at the high school setting. However, we want to interpret data in relation to how many athlete exposures there are. And what that means is how many athletes have the ability to sustain an injury, in this case concussions. And we can see that we have the largest athlete exposures for our high school athletes for games and practices. So then we can calculate what we call an injury rate. Okay, so this is the number of concussions per 1,000 athlete exposures. So if we had 1,000 individuals on the football field, we would say there would be between 1 and 3 concussions or 1 and 4 concussions depending on what level of football it is. So if we look at the incidence rate, we can see that the college setting has the largest injury rate for games, which is about between 3 and 4 concussions, followed by youth, and then followed by high school between 1 and 2 concussions. What's also interesting to point out is concussions do occur in practices, not as often as they do occur in games, which we would expect, but practice is somewhere we can actually modify what's happening, so we could try to limit concussions that do occur in the practice setting easier than in the game setting. We also wanted to look at how common concussions are compared to other injuries. So when looking at games, we can see that concussions occur at a much higher rate than they do compared to ankle sprains, knee sprains, and fractures, okay, for the youth setting. But in the high school and college setting, we see that ankle sprains and knee sprains kind of occur more frequently in a game setting. So this is also interesting, and we can look at ways that we could try to mitigate these in the game scenario by using different tackling technique, etc. And what we can see in the practice setting at the youth level, we see that ankle sprains and concussions occur just about the same, but we can see here in the high school setting, ankle sprains occur at a much higher rate than concussions or knee sprains or something else. So again, what we can see here is concussions do happen at different levels, depending on what level of activity you're doing. In the game setting, they're much higher in the collegiate athletes than they are in the youth setting. We also wanted to look at, this is a different cohort, just musculoskeletal injuries. So this is just an example. There's a ton of research out there on injury epidemiology, but this is a project we did specifically on collegiate football athletes. And we wanted to look at if there's differences in competitions, scrimmages, and practices. So some of the first data we looked at here is looking at just the body part. And we can see that the most commonly injured body parts in competition, scrimmages, and practices are to the shoulder, knee, and ankle. And again, this is supported by a lot of different research. And we can see that walkthroughs have very limited number of injuries. Looking at specific diagnoses, we can see our most common diagnoses are contusions, sprains, and strains. Again, this is probably what everyone would think of. And these are similar against competition, scrimmages, and regular practices. Looking at specific injuries, we can see the most common injuries are lateral ankle sprains, MCLs, and then ACLs do occur quite often as well. We did kind of group shoulder injuries all together, so we didn't have specific diagnoses for that. So just looking at this from an epidemiological perspective, football practices are a major source of concussion at all 3 levels, and these are concussions we could probably try to prevent, as we can change practice a lot easier than we can change a game, for example. We can't change rules, we can't do certain things in a game setting that we can do in a practice setting. Sprains and strains are the most common, and they occur primarily to the ankle and the knee. And again, injuries during a practice might be a place where we can kind of change what's happening to mitigate any injuries. So we've kind of defined that injuries are a problem. So what's the next step? We want to know what are the outcomes after injuries. And one method we can do this is using patient-reported outcome measures. So patient-based outcomes are evaluated by the patient. They're scales, instruments, surveys. They are objective as we use psychometrically sound instruments, and we do have different characteristics of different patient-reported outcome measures. So some instruments are generic, so they're general quality of life metrics, or we can have region-specific or injury-specific metrics, such as specific questions related to the knee or the ankle. We can also have different length of questionnaires, such as single versus multi-item. So is it just one question or many questions? And the thing with patient-based outcomes is we can use them to impact our clinical practice because they capture the patient voice. We can develop and direct treatment to try to mitigate or correct the issues they're having. And we can evaluate our treatment effectiveness and then improve clinical decision-making. And one thing that I get asked quite a lot is, do self-reported measures actually matter to someone? And yes, they do, because if we don't capture these measures, we're not assessing the level of difficulty a patient has to perform a task or the impact that their injury has on their job or activities or their family. And it allows us to focus in on what their actual impairments are and not making an assumption of what their impairments are. And if we don't use these, we're not measuring health-related quality of life. And I'm not saying clinician-based measures don't matter, such as strength or range of motion, but we do need to be capturing the patient voice as well. The other thing is objective measures are correlated to our subjective measures. So we can see moderate to strong correlations between our objective clinical-based measures and our self-reported measures as well. And one thing that I'm going to be focusing on today is health-related quality of life. So health-related quality of life is made up of 4 constructs. We have a physical, psychological, social, and emotional construct. So physical is obviously what it sounds like. Can someone walk up and down the stairs? Can they get out of bed? Or can they do more advanced physical activity? Psychological, social, and emotional, these are going to refer to things like anxiety, depression, sleep disturbances, etc. So do we have good outcomes after an injury? So this is a study that we did in the high school setting, and we wanted to look at the change in patient-reported outcome measures at the time of injury to when someone returns to play. So we had 24 schools participate in this study. Student athletes must have sustained a knee, lower leg, ankle, or foot injury that restricted participation from sport for at least 3 days. We chose this 3-day value because we thought we would at least see deficits in patient-reported outcome measures. We didn't want someone who was just taken out for a day and then returned to practice no problem. We wanted them to at least have some sort of deficit, and we decided 3 days would show that. We had 69 individuals that had initial and return to play surveys that we analyzed. So student athletes completed the PROMIS, which is the patient-reported outcome measurement information system. They completed the global rating of change scale, the numeric rating pain scale, and then depending on the body region, if they injured their knee, they filled out the KOOS, and if they injured their ankle or their lower leg, they filled out the FAM. So again, they completed these at time of injury and then at return to play. So looking at our different instruments here, looking at the PROMIS, we can see that individuals do have deficits at the time of injury. And what I want you to kind of remember here is a score of a 50 would be a normal score. That's what we would expect someone to score if they were a healthy individual, would be 50 or greater. So we can see at the time of injury, individuals did report deficits on the lower extremity scale. So they scored a 42 on average, so 8 points lower than what we would want them to score if they were healthy. And then on social, they scored a 46 on average. And you will see at return to play, we do see improvements. We can see the lower extremity function scale is above 50, so they're scoring above average. We can also see that these individuals were in pain at the time of their injury. So on average, they were between a 4 and 5 on a pain scale. And we can see at return to play, individuals do have decreased pain. When looking at the foot and ankle ability measure, so this was on a subset of individuals who had an ankle or lower leg injury, we can see that individuals do have deficits. So these scores range from 0 to 100. And we can see that people on average score 52 on the sports scale and about a 70 on the activities of daily living. What we see at return to play is individuals do improve. However, they still are reporting quite a lot of deficits. We would expect this score to be 80 or higher on average, but we're seeing scores of 73 for the sports scale and 78 for the activities of daily living. So these are individuals who have been returned to play, and they are reporting deficits still. For our knee injuries, individuals filled out the KOOS. So we can see at time of injury, we do have a lot of deficits. We see tremendous deficits on the sports scale. We can see activities of daily living, pain, and quality of life also in deficits. These scores range from 0 to 100 also. And we see the same thing that we saw with the ankle injuries. Individuals at return to play are reporting deficits. We would expect these values on average to be 80 or above, but we see on average someone is scoring on the sports scale 62. So they have a lot of deficits even though they've returned to play. We also wanted to see at the individual how people are doing. So at the individual level, how people are responding. So this is on average. So at the individual level, we can see that 64.7% and 70%, depending on body region, exceeded our clinically important difference here, okay? So not everyone had a clinically improvement. And we see that also for the IEPRS, about 60% of people had a clinically meaningful change. And we also see that with the FAM, we see about 60% for the ADLs and 50% for the sport exceeded that clinically important improvement. So we do have a lot of people that have returned to play who didn't have a clinically meaningful improvement. And we also see this mirrored in the KOOS data as well. So a range from 30 to about 60% exceeded that minimally clinically important difference here that we would want everyone to achieve. So overall, adolescent athletes who were injured at a high school with an athletic trainer who received rehabilitation up to their standard of care did show improvement on patient-reported outcome measures over time. However, at return to play, those scores were at lower values than normative values in comparable athlete groups. So we do see that there are deficits following an injury, and people are being returned to play with deficits. So then we wanted to look at long-term outcomes as well. So what about these long-term outcomes? Do we have good outcomes after someone leaves our care and is out in the real world? So one of the first studies that we did was looking at the association between multiple concussions and health outcomes in former college football players. So this was a 15-year follow-up. So we looked at over just 200 former collegiate football players, all who played at least one season of football during the 1999-2001 academic year. All of these individuals had no professional football experience, and they completed a general health survey. So the questionnaire assessed lifetime concussion history, and they completed the VR36, which contains two composite scores. There's a physical composite score and a mental composite score. And it's important to note that these composite scores have that normative value of 50 again. So we would expect individuals who are generally healthy to score 50 or above. Okay, so anyone scoring below 50 would be a concern. So it's interesting to note that most participants reported a concussion history. So about 85% of individuals said they had a concussion at some time in their life. And when we control for BMI, as we know BMI is related to health outcomes, we wanted to look at the prevalence of individuals having that PCS score lower than a 50. Again, 50 is that cutoff score of a normal score. And what we can see here is on average, regardless of how people had number of concussions, on average they're scoring above 50. So we see overall the average cohort is about a 54, but that ranges from 52-ish to 54. But what's interesting to note is individuals with 3 or more concussions were 2.6 times more likely to have a score less than 50. And we can see that here in the raw percentages. So individuals with 3 or more concussions had 30% a score less than 50, whereas individuals with 0 or 1 to 2 concussions, only 12 to 15% had a score of less than 50. So there does seem to be a relationship there between individuals with 3 or more concussions and what percentage of individuals will score less than a 50 on the physical component score. When looking at the mental component score, the average among the whole sample was a 48.7, a little less than that normative score of a 50. What's interesting to note, though, about 39 to 40% here of individuals scored less than a 50. So a decent amount of people actually scored less than that normative value. And furthermore, we see that individuals with 3 or more concussions, their average score was a 45.4, so much less than that normative score of a 50. And individuals who scored less than a 50 was about 54% in that 3 or more concussion group, whereas in the 0 or 1 to 2 group, that ranges from about 22 to 25%. So we do see that there is this relationship here between those who have 3 or more concussions and their physical and mental quality of life later in life. So we do see this association between history of multiple concussions and adverse health outcomes, particularly with those with 3 or more concussions. We also want to look at a relationship between just general collegiate athletic experience and future health-related quality of life. So this was one of the first studies I did related to this. And we wanted to recruit individuals who were former Division I athletes and individuals who were non-athletes. It's important to note that our non-athletes were not just like couch potatoes. These were individuals who either completed recreational sports or club sports or something else like that. So they were physically active in college. They weren't just like general population. We did target individuals. So we contacted 745 non-athletes. We had about a 49% response rate. We had 230 usable surveys. And you can see we have a pretty even split here between males and females with an average age of about 51. For our former Division I athletes, we contacted 535 individuals, again about a 50% response rate, and we had 232 usable surveys. I would like to point out that this was about the time Title IX happened, the people that we were contacting. So you will see that we have a lot less females in our athlete group because there were just less sports available to females. So we see a skewed distribution here of more males in this cohort. And we see the average age is about 53. Individuals completed PROMIS questionnaires. They completed physical, depression, fatigue, sleep and pain interference. And this also follows that norm score of a 50 and a standard deviation of 10. So again, anyone scoring a 50 or greater, we would consider healthy general population level people. People who are scoring off from 50 may be worse. What's important to note here is that higher scores for sleep, anxiety, depression, fatigue, and pain interference are poorer health, while higher score for physical function is better health. So these ones have a little bit opposite scoring depending on the scale. So what's interesting to note, though, is we see our greatest differences on the physical function scale and the pain interference scale, with our Division I athletes scoring worse than our non-athletes who were recreationally active in college. And we do see significant differences also on the depression, fatigue, and sleep scales, but our greatest differences are on physical and pain interference. The other thing we wanted to do with this study is we wanted to compare our groups to the US population. So again, the US population would score an average of a 50, okay? And what we can see here is that individuals for the physical scale and the pain interference score worse than the US population average of a 50. And we see about 12.5 points for the physical functioning scale and about 5 points worse on the pain interference scale. However, what's really interesting to note is our non-athlete controls who were recreationally active in college scored better than our US population value of a 50, about 5 points better on the physical, depression, and pain interference scales. So what's interesting to note here is that former Division I athletes are scoring worse than our US population, particularly on these physical and pain scales, but our recreationally active athletes in college score better than the US population. So there seems to be a ranking here a little bit. So our former recreationally active individuals score better, followed by the US population, followed by our former Division I athletes. However, there are many types of athletes, and this was one of the criticisms we got with that study, is this might be driven by football, for example. So there is evidence to support the idea that individuals who are in collision sports, i.e. football, for example, may suffer more serious injuries that impact them later in life. So we wanted to measure health-related quality of life in former Division I collision, contact, and limited contact athletes. So we contacted 374 collegiate athletes. We separated them into collision, contact, and limited contact sports. Collision sports were classified as things like football, hockey, and we can see here a majority of them are male. Our contact athletes are things like basketball, soccer, where contact can happen, but it's not the sole goal of the game. And we can see our breakdown here, male and female, more equal. And then we have our limited contact sports, which are things like baseball, softball, where contact or collision really doesn't happen a lot. And we can see here on average, our individuals are about 51 to 52 years old. Individuals completed a general health-related quality of life questionnaire, the SF-36. This is made up of 8 scales, 4 for the physical component scale, which is physical function, role physical, bodily pain, and general health, and our mental component scale, which is vitality, social functioning, role emotional, and mental health. Again, this scale follows that norm score of 50 and a standard deviation of 10. And what we can see here is overall, our collision athletes are scoring the worst. They have the lowest scores on all of our scales compared to collision and contact sports. And what we can see here is our largest differences are more in our physical functioning or pain scale. So we can see that here in physical functioning, role physical, bodily pain, and role emotional. And these differences range anywhere from 12 to 10 points to a little bit smaller, around 5 points. So what we can see here is our collision athletes are performing the worst, which could be due to like a serious injury or just the repetitive nature of the sport that they played. We also wanted to compare these groups to our US population. So again, this is comparing the raw values to a score of a 50 at the general population. And we can see here that our collision athletes score worse than the US population on 5 of our scales: physical function, role physical, bodily pain, social functioning, and role emotional, ranging anywhere from 5 points to about 10 points worse. However, what's interesting to note is our contact and limited contact athletes score better than the US population on vitality and then mental health for our limited contact athletes. So we see these kind of similar results that we did in our previous study, but it does highlight that collision athletes could be a subset that might have worse quality of life later on in life. So again, these collision athletes might sacrifice their future quality of life for their athletic career compared to our contact and limited contact sports. So the contact and limited contact groups do not score worse on a majority of the scales and actually score a little bit better on a couple of the scales than the US population. We then wanted to follow this study up with looking at how physically active or how individuals perform on physical activity measures. One thing that I got from talking to some of these individuals is they may have an altered sense of ability of how much physical activity they should be completing. So do they think they're actually worse than they physically really are? So what we did is we brought in a group of former Division I athletes. We brought in 100 individuals, 60 males and 40 females. Average age was 53. And then we brought in that non-athlete group, 100, again, 60 males, 40 females. Average age of 51. Again, these individuals did not participate in a Division I sport, but they played intramurals, club, or were recreationally active in their college career in things like ROTC or cycling or something like that. And we brought them into the lab because we wanted to see how they performed physically on different measures of physical function. So we had individuals come in, they completed a 1 mile walk, they did a sit to stand kind of squat test, they did a sit-up test, they did a push-up test, and then we looked at their flexibility of their upper and lower extremity, and then we did a bod pod to look at percent body fat. We also asked these individuals if they had sustained a major injury, which was defined as a time loss injury, a chronic injury, did they feel limited currently in their activities of daily living or in recreational activity, and then how much activity they complete a week for aerobic and anaerobic activity. And we can see overall that there are larger percentages of major and chronic injuries in our former Division I athlete cohort. They're more limited in their activities of daily living and sport and recreation, and they do complete less activity. So let's look at the results here of our physical assessments. We can see that individuals in our former Division I athlete group do perform worse on our 1 mile walk. They have more body fat. They do less push-ups and less sit-to-stands. So these are significantly different between our two groups. There was no difference in flexibility or the sit-up task. What's interesting to note about the percent body fat is looking at it counts, 63% of former athletes were determined to have above average percent body fat. So they were in a risky category for having long-term complications, whereas only 46% of the non-athlete group were in that kind of risky category. And that is significantly different. So Division I athletes are clearly very active in their college career. However, the effect of inactivity for the elite athlete may be significantly pronounced after retirement. And we do know that's risky, as we know that individuals who stop all forms of activity will have an increase in percent body fat, which then puts them at risk for a lot of different diseases, such as heart disease or diabetes. So we do want to understand why these individuals are performing a lot less activity than when they were in their college career. And one thing that this might be is because they have a trouble transitioning. And when I was talking with a lot of these individuals, that's the feedback I received, is they were so active in college and then that's taken away from them and they don't know how to transition out of that. And the one thing that's really clear is physical activity is not the same as competitive sports. So transitioning from a competitive sport athlete to a recreational or kind of general physical activity is really a struggle for these individuals, and they have to figure out how they can do that. One of the last studies I'm going to talk about here is a follow-up study we did from the initial study that we did with this cohort. So we recruited the same individuals and we had them fill out the same questionnaires 5 years later to see how they're doing over time. So we brought back our two cohorts of former Division I athletes and our non-collegiate athletes. So of the former Division I athletes, we had the 232. We received a response rate about 83%. Some of the individuals had passed away, so they were not able, obviously, to fill out the survey. We can see that they all aged, so the average age now is about 58. For our non-collegiate athletes, we had the 225 that we contacted. We had a response rate about 75%. Again, a couple had passed away, and our cohort had again aged to about 58. They completed the same exact questionnaires. So we wanted to know what their current weight was, height, age, etc. And then they filled out the promise again. And we're going to look at these comparisons between our two groups at the different time points and then over time for our two groups. So when looking at the follow-up data, we can see that our former Division I athletes are scoring worse than our non-college athletes. So this was the same thing we saw 5 years previously. Okay, so we see worse scores on physical function, depression, fatigue, sleep, and pain interference than our non-collegiate athletes. And we see we have large effect sizes. However, what's interesting to note here is our former Division I athletes actually are scoring worse than 5 years previous. So we see a decrease here of about 7 points on physical function. We see a decrease on depression, or increase, which is worse. We see an increase on fatigue, which is worse scores, an increase on sleep disturbance, and an increase in pain interference with moderate to large effect sizes. However, what's really interesting to note is our non-collegiate athletes have really no change over time. They have one scale that changed, and it's actually an improvement, is they're better with social functioning, social roles over time. And we also wanted to compare this to our general population, so that score of a 50. And what we can see here is our Division I athletes compared to the population, the US population, between time points and compared to our non-athletes, they're just performing worse in general, okay? So on all of the physical functioning, depression, fatigue, sleep, and pain scales, whereas our non-athletes are doing just fine over time and compared to the US population, and actually a little bit better on that social role scale. So overall, former Division I athletes had worse health-related quality of life when compared to the non-collegiate athletes at the follow-up. However, what's most important, as we saw, is that individuals with our collegiate athletes actually had worse quality of life at time point 2 compared to time point 1. So we are seeing a degrade in that group, but we don't see that degrade in our non-collegiate athletes who are recreationally active in college. So we can show here that injuries happen. We do have outcomes after injuries that might not be the best, depending on maybe what sport someone's playing or their history of injury. So we kind of need to go back and think, how do we mitigate these long-term outcomes? What are our next steps? So how do we go from an injury that someone sustains that's very physically active, peak performance, very healthy? We enroll them into rehabilitation. We try to give them the best treatment we can as possible. And how do they turn into this? Someone who is aging, who is complaining of long-term outcomes, maybe knee osteoarthritis or headaches or things like that. So what can we do to impact these long-term outcomes? And this is a project that we currently have ongoing at the university at a bunch of different high schools. And I'm going to show our preliminary data that we have related to this. So we're using baseline testing to ensure that we have good long-term outcomes. What we're doing is we're using the single leg hop for distance pre-injury. So we are enrolling a bunch of individuals and we are doing a physical assessment with them before injury so we can see what they look like. We chose the single leg hop for distance because it's a unilateral test. It's forward motion that mimics a lot of sporting movements such as jumping and landing. And it does have high reliability in both non-impaired and impaired individuals. And we did a kind of a preliminary study to see if the single leg hop is sensitive to lower extremities injuries pre and post injury. And what we can see is it is. We can see that there is a degrade in single leg hop performance from pre-injury to post-injury, but we also see that degrade on our uninjured side. So this is something that we wanted to compare. We wanted to see if symmetry, so using the contralateral limb, if that's a reasonable option. And these data show here that the contralateral limb also will have deficits. So using the contralateral limb as an assessment to return someone to play could be detrimental to their long-term outcomes, because we can show here that symmetry did not change pre and post injury, whereas raw differences do change for the injured and the uninjured limb. So what we're doing here is assessing two return to play strategies. We're looking at people who return to limb symmetry, so using the contralateral limb for comparison, and those that return to pre-injury levels. And what are we using to determine a good outcome? We're using a subsequent injury, so we're seeing if people have a re-injury, and we're also looking at patient-reported outcome measures. So this is some preliminary data we have. We have data from 2 high schools. We are collecting it at about 10 high schools in the surrounding area. So this cohort will be over about 1,500 athletes at the end. So this is just some preliminary data, just to preface that. We have 236 adolescent athletes from 2 high schools that we did baseline testing on. 88 football, 69 girls volleyball, 44 boys basketball, and 35 girls basketball. Average age about 15 and a half, 16 years old. And you can see we enrolled freshmen, sophomore, juniors, and seniors. So the methods for this project is we're doing baseline single leg hop for distance, so we can see if individuals return to baseline versus symmetry. We are waiting for them to sustain a lower extremity injury. We're having them complete patient-reported outcome measures at time of injury. They enroll in rehabilitation with their athletic trainer, and we just tell the athletic trainer to provide standard of care. We don't interfere with the rehab they're receiving. And then at return to play, based on the athletic trainer's discretion, they complete the single leg hop for distance again. They complete the patient-reported outcome measures. And then 6 months post, they also complete the patient-reported outcome measures. And then we document any subsequent injuries they have within a year. So we follow these individuals prospectively to see if they sustain an acute non-surgical lower extremity injury. Again, with this preliminary data, we have 44 injuries. Majority are ankle sprains or MCL sprains to the knee. Looking at the 44 injuries, we grouped individuals into symmetry and return to pre-injury. So symmetry is individuals who return to single leg hop distance within symmetry of their contralateral leg, so within 5% of the contralateral leg performance. And then we grouped individuals who returned to their pre-injury level, again within 5%. And you can see 22 were classified as symmetry and 14 were classified as return to pre-injury. And you will see that there's no difference between time loss between the two groups. On average, it was about 12 days. What we can see here when looking at the patient-reported outcome measures, we can see at time of injury, there's no difference between the two groups, okay? So it's not like one group had less severe injuries than the other group. They have similar patient-reported outcome measures. But what's interesting to note is that discharge or return to play, there is a significance between the two groups, with our restorative or our return to pre-injury level have better patient-reported outcome measures than our symmetry group. And this maintains at 6 months post-injury. So it does appear that individuals who return to baseline functional performance have better long-term outcomes compared to those who do not. And then looking at subsequent injury, this is a survival analysis. We can see here that the symmetry group is 4.7 times more likely to sustain a subsequent injury compared to the restorative or the return to pre-injury level group. And what's interesting to note about these subsequent injuries is our symmetry group sustain these injuries on average 70 days post their initial injury with a range of 55 to 90, whereas the 4 subsequent injuries in the return to pre-injury group happened much longer out, on average 110 days post with a range of 100 and 120 days post. So what we have shown here is that we can use baseline functional testing to try to determine if someone will have a good outcome or not. So individuals who return to baseline levels may have better outcomes following a lower extremity injury. So this might be a way that we could try to mitigate some of those long-term outcomes that we're seeing. Thank you for listening today. These are my funding sources on various grants that I'm on, and these are a lot of the collaborators I work with. My contact information is here, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
All right, so we're gonna have, she's here live for us so we can ask some questions. Welcome, it's nice to see you. So does anyone have any questions they'd like to ask?
Hello. This is more of a theoretical question, but in the middle of your presentation, when you were talking about the lower outcome measures for the former D1 athletes, I was wondering if you think that's more from the injuries they sustained or the fact that they were less active than the non-athletes after completing their sports.
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's probably a combination of both. You know, qualitatively, we spent a lot of time with these former athletes because they did come and visit us in the lab. Most lived all across the country, and they came into the lab for this testing and things like that. And talking to them, some of them would say it was definitely an injury, like if someone had a serious injury that really impacted them later in life, that maybe did decrease their physical activity. but also a lot of them talked about the transition from Division I athletics to kind of the real world, let's say, and it doesn't really translate for those individuals, especially with sports that don't translate well. For example, like football, that doesn't really translate to physical activity, general physical activity. So it seems to really be a combination of both. It probably really is dependent on the person. So that's why probably some transition programs that are really individualized would help these individuals once they leave that setting.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have a question?
Do you foresee any potential changes with like some of the recent rule changes to the NCAA's policies in terms of like athletes being able to get sponsorships?
That's a good question. I don't know. That might be beyond kind of what we know at this point. I do get a question a lot that, the individuals in these studies were much older. They, treatments are a lot better and we know more about injuries but they also played at a different time as well, and training patterns and activity they do is could be a lot more intense now. So I don't know if we really know the answer to that. They could have better care or more resources or access. I think that's probably to be determined at this point.
Anyone else have a question?
Hello. So in most of your studies, the average age was in their 50s. So I was wondering if you've done any research where the average age is maybe in their 30s, or if you plan to do any research on that, and what those changes would be or what the differences would be if they were, a decade out from college.
Yeah, so we did a study just a few years ago. I didn't talk about it in this specific talk, but it was looking at individuals who sustained a severe injury specifically, and they were a much younger cohort. But we were really focused on individuals who had a surgery, and they did have worse outcomes. So it wasn't kind of a general population, D1 population. We were looking for specific individuals. And certainly age does play a role into this. And we looked at those individuals kind of much further out because we were just interested in what, older adults look like and after they've left their career. So, I think the thing that we saw in that study is severe injury certainly does have an impact on quality of life and outcomes after sustaining that injury. So those that had a severe injury did have worse quality of life than people who didn't. However, what was interesting in that study is the people who didn't have a severe injury, those that were in more sports that translated had better quality of life than those sports that didn't translate out of, Division I athletics. So there still seems to be, regardless of age, there really seems to be something here with the type of sport someone plays and how that actually translates to the real world.
Anyone else have a question? Do we have any questions on Zoom, or are we good there as well? Okay, well, let's thank Dr. Janet Simon for joining us today. I believe we're going to have a short break as well, and then we'll go on to our next speaker. Thank you.
Real quick, excuse me, everyone. Thanks so much for hanging in there. I had one very quick, unplanned announcement. So we're going to make someone very proud and embarrass her. Would Erica Goldstein please come up to the front? Let's give Erica a round of applause as she makes her way to the talk. I feel like I should have something, but I don't. Erica Goldstein was nominated for Best Excellence in Graduate Student Teaching Award, which she won at the school level, no problem. Then onto the college level, and at 2:41, I just received an email saying that she has been awarded the Excellence in Graduate Student Teaching Award for the entire university. Very well deserved. I feel like I should have something to give you now, but she will be honored later at a ceremony in the future. Congrats.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Okay. See everybody at 3 o'clock.
Motion Science Institute and co-director of the Sports Medicine Institute at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. He holds adjunct appointments in both the departments of orthopedics and allied health sciences in the School of Medicine. His research focuses comprehensively evaluating biomechanical and neuromuscular consequences of knee injury and the link between acute injury and the development of post-traumatic osteoarthritis. Dr. Petra Simone has published over 170 peer-reviewed scientific papers related to lower extremity joint injury and osteoarthritis. Let us now welcome Dr. Brian Petra Simone.
Thanks, Hunter. Thank you for having me here. This is great. I'm thankful to Dr. Stock and the whole team. It's a beautiful campus. First time I've ever been here, and it's pretty impressive. I guess thing that you're doing here. This is a really nice conference. So you guys should all be proud of yourselves. This is great. The last two presenters were great, and I think Dr. McFadden and Dr. Simon both said that ACL injuries were bad at one point, and I had like 14 slides to make that point. So thanks for stealing my. No, I'm just joking. But all right, those are my disclosures of who are funding some of our research, and what I'd like to talk about today really are some of the long-term outcomes following ACL injury. So look at some of the things that happen, years after somebody has had this injury and is even, rehabbed and gone back to sport. I want to describe some of the biomechanical changes that happen. All right. So what happens to how people move? And then I also want to link those biomechanics to actually changes in the biology of the tissue. Yeah, you guys are over here. And then talk about some ways that potentially we could actually intervene with that, to change some of those biomechanics to potentially improve the biology and decrease the risk of some of these individuals developing osteoarthritis. So what are some of these long-term outcomes following ACL injury? Well, if we look at ACL injuries in general, and Dr. Simon put a lot of numbers up there previously kind of describing this, right? But ACL injuries are probably one of the more common traumatic injuries that occur at the knee, all right, in our physically active population. If we look at overall, this is a population-based study out of Minnesota. It's about 70 people per 100,000 person years. And if we look at male versus female in the United States, because of the popularity of American football, we actually see higher overall incidence in males. But if you look at like sports, all right, like soccer, basketball, all right, it's going to be much more common in females. What's interesting is that females and males tend to have higher risks of tearing their ACL at different time points. So females higher risk probably a little bit earlier. All right, so 14 to 18 years old, and males just a little bit later. And that's kind of important when we think about what the long-term consequences are of the injury, right? Because this may mean that females may actually start to develop some of those changes earlier in life than males. When we look at the typical, in this country, right, the typical way that we treat this, right, it's usually reconstruction and rehabilitation. So about 75% of all people will get reconstructed. If you look at people less than 18, it's essentially everybody, all right? 8% there, all right, who will get reconstructed. Now, the question is, what are the effects of reconstruction? Like, how do people do? What are the outcomes from this, right? This graph here on this side kind of looks at Moon data. So the Moon study is our best longitudinal data set in the United States for outcomes over time after ACL reconstruction. And this is the International Knee Documentation Committee Index, all right? So 100% would be full function of their knee, all right? And what we're seeing is that baseline, right after injury, people are around 50, but even 10-year outcomes, people are only at 85%, right? So they never get back to full function. And what you also notice is that what they're at 2 years is what they're going to be at 10 years, right? So if we don't make those improvements very early on, people don't really feel any better, right? Now, the other aspect of this is looking at the disease that occurs at the joint. So changes that actually happen with the tissue. And this is a study that we did several years back, but we looked at a large group of people who had ACL injury, and some went on to get reconstructed and some stayed deficient, right? And at 10-year outcomes, we looked at radiographic evidence of osteoarthritis. So this is the change on X-ray, all right? This is non-reversible at this point, all right? And we're actually seeing changes at the bone and cartilage level, right? What we see is that in that first decade after injury, 36% of people had it, regardless if they got reconstructed or not, which is really interesting, right? Because, you know, essentially that's a high number. We could all think of 3 people on our high school basketball team that, you know, probably had an ACL injury. One of those people, right, at 26 or so, right, is going to have radiographic osteoarthritis. And it really doesn't seem to matter, all right, if people are reconstructed or not. Our best intervention, reconstruction rehabilitation, doesn't really decrease that risk of developing arthritis, okay? And at 2 decades, it's essentially a coin flip. So what is osteoarthritis? Well, it's knee osteoarthritis is the 11th leading cause of disability globally, right? That's not all arthritis, that's just specifically to the knee, all right? Is 11th leading cause of disability globally. Now, between 12 and 35% of all knee OA cases are due to having a previous history of an injury, all right? And the groups that we're most interested, people who are probably more physically active, all right, probably fall closer to that 35%, all right? Now, what makes post-traumatic osteoarthritis a little bit different than idiopathic, or people developing this in older age over time, is that people who develop post-traumatic tend to report more disability, probably because they want to be more physically active, right, because they're younger when they develop it, right? And they also, we see that at the time when they actually have joint replacement, they tend to have worse outcomes, okay? Now, we did a study a couple of years ago where we actually started to ask clinicians their perception of osteoarthritis in sports medicine. We looked at a group of like 2,000 athletic trainers around the country. What we found was that 40% of them, all right, were unaware of post-traumatic osteoarthritis. 37% of them said that if their patients developed it, it wasn't really a major healthcare concern, right? And we just said it was the 11th leading cause of disability globally. All right. They underestimated the amount of PTOA in the first decade, and they overestimated how much reconstruction and rehabilitation would actually reduce that risk. Okay. Got two clickers. All right. The patients, all right, we also did a study on the patients. What we saw is that about a quarter of them, only a quarter of them had actually discussed the risk of OA with a healthcare professional, all right? And 65% of them believed that the risk of a subsequent joint injury would be decreased by having their ACL reconstructed, all right? Now, what was really scary is only about 7% of our US patients, because we did this over a few different continents, also believed that knee OA was a major healthcare concern. So we have a disconnect, right, between the facts, right, and our healthcare providers, but also our patients, right, don't really understand the risk after injury. Now, one of the reasons for this, right, is you have this timeline, right? Someone has an ACL injury, 10 years later they get, osteoarthritis, all right? They get treatment between probably somewhere around day 2 and 9 months, all right? And then they go back to physical activity, right? And we don't really track them at all. We don't measure how they're doing, right? We don't really have any interventions to kind of decrease that risk of arthritis after we've got them back to activity. So what I really want to talk about today are what are some of those modifiable factors, all right, that might actually lead to early osteoarthritis that we could intervene on, all right, as rehab professionals. Right, so if we kind of look at changes that occur to the joint, right, after an injury, we see that people have biomechanical changes, right? They change the way they move after injury. They also have changes in their tissue, right? There's different biological changes that are happening. And we know that they're linked, all right? Changes in how you move changes the biology of the tissue. Changes in the biology of the tissue is going to change the way you move. It's going to change the biology. I can do this, you get the point, all right? So it's linked and it's cyclical. Now, over time, right, that's going to cause greater joint breakdown, all right, and more symptoms, okay? So what we're interested in is potentially how we could adjust those biomechanics, all right, to essentially change this or interrupt this cyclical relationship between biomechanics and biology and decrease the risk of people developing arthritis. All right. So before we can do that, we have to understand what, right, are the changes that people have after they have a joint injury. What are these biomechanical changes that we actually even want to, identify and address? All right. So there's a lot of different types of movements, all right, that you could actually study. We've tended to look at gait, all right, how people are walking specifically after ACL injury for the purpose of understanding their development of these chronic diseases. Now, the reason for that is that changes in how people walk change very acutely right after they are injured, all right? They end up persisting for a long time, right? Even after rehabilitation and reconstruction, people move differently, people walk differently, all right? The other interesting thing about walking, right, is even a small change in the way you walk, all right, can snowball when you think about how many times you step over the course of a day, a week, a month, a year, right, a decade, okay? So these small changes in this type of movement, all right, could end up having large implications later on, all right? The other nice thing about it is that it's modifiable, right? We can actually potentially change it if we could locate, some of these differences or identify some of these differences. So one of the first studies that I'll talk about, right, is a study where we actually evaluated changes in gait biomechanics at 6 and 12 months after ACL reconstruction. And we did this in both the involved and in the uninvolved limb, right? And we also added a control group, all right? So some of the studies that had done previously, they didn't look at changes longitudinally, so you only got one time point, a snapshot. We couldn't see how people were changing. They either looked at the uninvolved limb or control, but not both. So we really had no comprehensive evaluation, right, of what we're changing in these gait biomechanics. The way we did this was we used 3D motion capture, and we were really focused, right, on stance phase. So between heel strike and toe off, all right, on the limb, to understand how those forces were moving, through the limb. So here's kind of some snapshots of what we found, all right? The first graph, the two top graphs are a marker called, a biomechanical outcome called vertical ground reaction force, all right? Vertical ground reaction force is in the vertical direction, the force that is being evoked on the limb through stance phase, okay? So the beginning of this graph right here is where the heel hits the ground, all right? And we see a dramatic increase in the force exerted on the limb. Right, then you go into mid stance right here and it dips down a little bit. And then right before you push off, it jumps up again, okay? So what we saw at 6 and 12 months, and this is compared to age, sex, matched controls, BMI too, matched controls, right, is that we saw that the ACL reconstructed limb was actually underloaded, right? It was underloaded at that first peak. They were decreasing the loads at the first peak. They had higher loads at mid stance, and then they had lower loads again at that second peak, all right? We also looked at knee flexion angle, all right, during stance phase. So this is, again, heel strike, and we see as you impact the ground, you have an increase, right, in your knee flexion. And then through mid stance, you have to extend your knee before you flex again. And what we saw is that our ACL reconstructed group had less knee flexion and less knee extension. They were stiffer, right? They were walking with just less range of motion, all right, through stance phase. Okay, so we had a group that was underloading and stiffer. What was really interesting is that when we looked at the contralateral limb, which a lot of people do, right? We just heard some stuff about symmetry, right? They looked at, we looked at the other limb. What we saw is that by 6 months, they actually had evened out, right? But what that meant was that the uninjured limb was actually underloading too. It was moving away from what healthy controls were actually doing. So people are becoming symmetrical, not by improving their movements to be more normal, but actually to make the opposite limb look more like the injured limb. Not good, but symmetrical. But you could have 2 flat tires on the bike and be symmetrical too, all right? So how the heck are they doing that, all right? Like, how do you underload both limbs? So what we did see is that people actually started to slow down their walking speed. And about a third, right, not a ton, but a third to a fifth, right, was actually due to the fact that they were just slowing down, okay? The other 2/3, right, is some biomechanical changes that they were trying to do in order to make themselves more symmetrical and look more like their uninjured side. At the same time, we were also interested in frequency. All right, and here's just some data that's come out from a different lab in Michigan State, but they're showing that ACL reconstructed people were not only changing their biomechanics like we were shown, but they were also decreasing their amount of steps that they were taking throughout the day. We looked at some of our data where we collected similar stuff, and what we found was that they aligned. So we looked at people who had taken low, moderate, and high steps, throughout the week, and people who were actually taking less steps per day were also underloading when we looked at their gait biomechanics. All right, so here we might be seeing a phenotype where people are decreasing the amount of force that they're putting through the limb and doing that less often throughout the day. All right, so just quick summary where we're at right now, okay? ACL reconstructed people underload, right? That means less vertical ground reaction force and stiffer joints. And this idea of symmetry might not necessarily be a good thing because they're bilaterally underloading, okay? And that might be due to both walking speed changes and neuromuscular compensations. The other thing that's really interesting, I think, is that we might have this presence of this underloading phenotype, right, which is both gait changes, biomechanics, and physical activity. All right, so if any, the next question we have is like, are any of these biomechanical changes actually associated with the tissue, all right, or changes at the tissue level, all right? So the first question we asked, and we were primed to actually see that greater loading or excessive loading, our hypothesis at the time was like excessive loading would cause changes to the cartilage, right? Would cause osteoarthritis, right? That's what we would think, right? You overload and that causes arthritis. So our hypothesis was that, but no one had really shown that in people who were ACL reconstructed. Most of that data was in older people who had developed arthritis over time. So we evaluated gait biomechanics and started this line of research looking at a blood marker of type 2 collagen breakdown, right, which would hopefully give us some information about what the cartilage was doing. And what we saw was the exact opposite, all right? So we found that people who actually had lower loading, all right, lower peak vertical ground reaction force, that first peak of that vertical ground reaction force, right, actually had more type 2 collagen turnover. They had more potentially cartilage breakdown, right? So this was not what we hypothesized. We thought excessive loading would cause that, right? So we said, we screwed something up. Let's do the study again. And we did it in a group of people, all right, who were actually a little bit closer to reconstruction. They were about 6 months out of ACL reconstruction, and we looked at some different markers, right? We looked at interleukin-6, so an inflammatory, pro-inflammatory marker, and MMP3, right, was an enzyme associated with joint tissue breakdown, cartilage breakdown. And what we found was the same thing, all right? So lesser loading was associated with more MMP, all right, and we looked specifically at loading in the medial compartment, all right, and what we saw is that lesser CAM, right, or knee adduction moment was associated with more inflammation and more MMP, all right, suggesting that people who are underloading, all right, are actually having these worse resting biochemical changes after ACL reconstruction. So we thought, well, these are all resting measurements of biology. Let's take a look at what happens if we stress the cartilage, right? So we had people walk on a treadmill for 20 minutes at their self-selected walking speed, and we looked at cartilage oligomeric matrix protein, all right, which is shown to actually be associated with the development of arthritis, and it is mechanosensitive, so it increases, right, in response to loading. What we saw is that individuals who actually had less loading, right, had more COMP, or cartilage oligomeric matrix protein concentrations after a 20-minute walk. Well, just to hit this home, all right, we also looked at patient-reported outcomes and saw that our follow-up patients who are at 6 months who loaded less also had worse patient-reported outcomes at 12 months. So they were reporting more symptoms, more pain at the 12-month time point. Well, up until this point, most of our measurements of biology have been fairly systemic, all right? So people are like, this is really interesting, but these are blood markers, these are patient-reported outcomes. How do you know it's coming from the knee? Good question. Right. So what we needed was another measurement, all right, where we could actually evaluate changes at the tissue of the joint specifically. Now, one of the problems with this, right, is that I said only a third of people, which we were like, oh, that's a lot, before get arthritis, and it takes 10 years. All right. And I'm a young guy, but I don't have that type of time to wait. So we needed a marker. I'm not really that young anymore either, but we needed a marker, right, to evaluate changes in the tissue much sooner, okay, than waiting for x-rays to change. So we used a novel form of MRI. You guys have all seen maybe an MRI, like three-dimensional pictures. not enough. We use the fourth dimension. All right, so time, essentially. Essentially, we evaluated different spin lock times and mapped them to each voxel of the cartilage, which is like a three-dimensional pixel, all right? And this is called a T1 row image. What it is it's associated with the proteoglycan content of the cartilage. And proteoglycan is a macromolecule in the cartilage that actually resists force, okay? And it's also one of the first components of cartilage to actually decrease when someone develops arthritis. So this is a soccer player 12 months post ACL reconstruction with this T1 row technique. And what you can see is hotter colors. You're all in Florida, so this is like the Doppler. You've seen this before, right? So hotter colors are associated with less proteoglycan, all right? And cooler colors, this blue is what we would expect in healthy cartilage, okay? Now, you're not a radiologist, but you can see the difference, right? In the ACL reconstructed knee compared to the contralateral knee. What are they? Yeah, there's a difference in proteoglycan, less proteoglycan. What else that I didn't really touch on, but it's interesting. You guys notice the size? Yeah, all right. When proteoglycan breaks down, it's hydrophilic. It draws water into the cartilage, so it swells just like any other tissue. So if you're looking in 3 dimensions, you're like, they're doing great. But it's like having this wall is eaten up by termites. You wouldn't notice until you actually put some pressure on it. This is good, by the way. All right, so we use this technique to evaluate changes in mechanics or association with mechanics really early on after injury, okay? So this was at 6 months, and we saw the same things. This is a look here at the vertical ground reaction force again, but what we saw was that people who had lesser vertical ground reaction forces were actually having worse changes in their proteoglycan content of the cartilage of their knee at 6 months post ACL. So this really helped us, solidify our hypothesis. Now, what's interesting is it's not just that peak. We see that changes occur throughout that waveform. And what's interesting to see is that some of the correlations between how people are loading and their changes in their joint really are most strongly associated here in mid-stance, all right? What we see is that when you underload that first part of your step, you also overload the middle part, right? Which means that you have more sustained loading throughout the step rather than having a nice increase, decrease, increase again. You have a sustained load across the step. And cartilage is viscoelastic. It's like silly putty, right? So if you fire silly putty into the table, right, it dents a little bit, but if you apply even a lesser load, right, over a longer period of time, you'll have more strain, all right, on that cartilage, okay, or the silly putty. Okay, so we're noticing that this is a change in the whole biomechanical profile. We also saw that walking speed was associated with it. So sustaining load, right, is also associated with slowing down. People who slowed down between 6 and 12 months, right, had worse T1 row. They had more cartilage breakdown when we looked at blood measurements. And we also used an ultrasound measurement to actually see changes in the cartilage. So they actually had structural changes if they walked slower. Well, to this point, I've suggested that decreased, right? Decreased loading is the problem, all right? And we were really mainly focused in people who are less than 12 months post ACL, because that's where we think we could make these biggest changes, all right? But we said maybe we should look at some other groups a little farther out, all right? And we dichotomized people into people who had symptoms and people who were asymptomatic after ACL. And what we see is that before 12 months, just like we thought, this darker group or line here, right, is going to be the symptomatic group, lesser loading profiles, less than 12 months. But after, if we look greater than 24 months, it was actually greater loading was associated with these changes in symptoms. So this suggests that people may excessively load previously underloaded cartilage over time, and we have to, understand that there may be changes in how people, are loading these tissues. What was interesting was that regardless of time points, if we looked at asymptomatic people, they literally had the same profile. Like it's right on top of each other, right? And what this was important for was that we would be able to use this as a roadmap for actually doing intervention, all right? That's what we thought. All right, so summary here. Lesser loading is associated with worse changes in fluid biomarkers, compositional MRI, and patient-reported outcomes. We might see that the sustained loading is associated with this overall less loading. And these changes could have actually change over time where people might overload a previously underloaded cartilage. Now, how can we actually change it? And this is kind of where we're at right now, where we're looking at different types of interventions to essentially affect the biology. All right, biomechanical interventions to affect the biology. Our first two tries that I kind of want to talk about here to end this, right? One being knee braces, which are commonly used for this reason. We figured we might as well evaluate them. And then another one that we're more excited about, which is gait retraining. So we used an Össur rebound cartilage brace, and the idea of this brace, or how it's marketed, right, is that it would actually be able to cause a rebound to the cartilage. And we said we were worried about the sustained load to the cartilage, so it has been marketed to normalize gait biomechanics to allow for more of this rebound. So here's a look at ACL reconstructed individuals, and we did a acute application of this brace. So they walked for 3,000 steps, and we took a look at the end of that trial. What we saw is that there were very little differences in how they actually loaded the joint, all right, with the brace. Slightly higher with the brace, all right? So they were going towards where we wanted them to go, but not substantial. They did improve their knee flexion, all right? So they did improve their knee flexion, but their extension was still limited, okay? So there weren't a huge amount of changes with the brace. We measured during that 3,000 steps the comp concentrations to see if any of these changes would actually affect the cartilage. What we saw is that overall, there were really no differences. But if we looked at a subgroup of people, particularly the 22 people in this 30 group study, the 22 people that actually had an increase in comp during normal walking, we did see that the brace actually did decrease that comp concentration over the 3,000 steps. So overall, the brace did something a little bit. It may actually be something to continue to look at, and potentially if we can determine the people that will respond best to this type of intervention, they might have better effects. We've also been interested in how we can actually apply this in the rehab setting. All right, so if you think about typical traditional rehabilitation, the idea is someone has an injury, ACL injury, they have swelling, changes to joint metabolism that leads to muscle weakness almost right away, right? And typically, traditional techniques apply therapeutic exercise at that point, all right? And the idea is if we strengthen those muscles, bring those muscles back to their normal capacity, then that will transfer to them actually having better movement, okay? The problem with that is there's a bunch of studies that say that doesn't happen, all right? Just because you make somebody stronger doesn't necessarily mean it will get rid of those aberrant gait biomechanics that we've just showed, all right? So our thought is that what we really need to do, not that we don't want to make people stronger, we do, because it has a lot of great effects on everything else, but we need to also apply that real-time biofeedback, some sort of way to actually change the way that they're walking. And hopefully that will kind of interrupt this cycle, right, of changes in joint metabolism that we talked about before that will lead to arthritis. So here's a study that we just finished this year. where we actually used real-time biofeedback with a force-instrumented treadmill. So essentially, this treadmill here has 2 force plates in it, and it can measure that vertical ground reaction force as people are walking in each limb. You can see that they're separate force plates. And what we can do is actually collect that peak, all right, that first peak that we said, is pretty indicative of all these biological changes, right? And we can output that in front of them in something really simple like a bar graph and put a line where we actually want them to go, right? And we can change their loading pretty substantially, all right? So we can ask them to make their loading symmetrical, we can increase their load, or we can decrease their load, okay? What we found is that by increasing their load just by 5% of body weight, all right? So this is a look at someone increasing their load 5% of body weight. What we're able to do is increase that vertical ground reaction force, and it has a generalized normalizing effect across the whole stance phase, right? We actually reestablish that increase, decrease, increase again, right? And we get more range of motion, right? They flex and they go into normal extension. You can see that happening right there, right? Like compared to this, all right? Oops. Compared to this, nope. All right, you get it. So here, okay, is when we ask them to decrease their load by 5%, okay? And what you see is that we have that sustained loading in the vertical ground reaction force, and they increase their knee flexion initially, but they stay flexed, okay? They actually crouch gait, okay? Which probably causes more localized loading, okay, on their knee joint, okay? So here is a great example of just a small change, 5%, we can actually reestablish normal gait biomechanics. What's interesting is in the same cohort, when we looked at comp, all right, we called that increase by 5% overloading. We were actually able to decrease comp, all right, which is that byproduct, right, of that we think is associated with cartilage breakdown, in that overloading compared to underloading or their normal walking. Okay, suggesting that changing their mechanics, normalizing their mechanics, actually will have biological effects. So what we're currently doing right now, I think literally right now, people are being trained, is we're bringing people in for 6 weeks of rehab where they're doing 18 sessions of gait retraining. We're finding people specifically after ACL reconstruction who are underloading, all right? And we're bringing them to what we consider normal loading, all right? So if we go back to that waveform I showed, that was normal loading. We found the peak in that group, and we are normalizing their gait biomechanics over 6 weeks and looking at it. It actually changes, their joint cartilage measurements, right, after that period, okay? And we're comparing it to a sham group, all right? So this is interesting because one of the first biofeedback shams that's been proposed, but essentially what we do is we have people come in and we measure their normal step length, right? And we zoom in really far, and basically the bars are not necessarily associated with their force. We're just trying to make them walk as normal as possible. All right, and because we're so zoomed in, it's hard for them, but they're just walking normal the whole time. So we're hopefully maybe in a year or two, I'll be able to explain to you what we found from this. All right, but that's kind of where we're at right now. All right, so in summary, bracing may have some effect. It might be minimal and might be better if we could identify who would respond best to it. Increasing loading with gait feedback may result in normalized mechanics. And this early research suggests that normalizing mechanics can address the biological issue that we're most concerned about. So that's all I had for today. Thank you. That's all I have for today. If you have any questions, feel free to email me. Thank you. Oh, I guess you're going to ask questions now.
So we'll go ahead and open up the floor for any questions.
Hello.
Hi.
wanted to make sure I understood. It was one of your earlier points about people who had their ACLs reconstructed were not necessarily having less OA. But I'm wondering, is that controlled for the amount of activity that they would have done afterwards? Because you're probably not going to do the things that you did. You're going to feel unstable.
Yeah, so good question. So people who have their ACL reconstruction do have higher rates of OA. And what's interesting is that overall, after ACL reconstruction, we see about 66% of individuals will go back to their pre-existing level of activity, right? So only about 2/3. 82%, I think it is the stat, right, is that 82% will go back to, some level of physical activity, but not all of them will go back to their pre-existing. So yes, you're right. They're developing osteoarthritis at a faster rate, and they're also having these persistent changes in their, physical activity, which is kind of a double whammy. All right, they're not going back to activity, at the same level, and that's what's potentially causing the arthritis. Because I don't think we can say that from the data. Does that make sense? Did I answer your question?
Sounds like I maybe misunderstood something earlier. Okay, sounds great.
Yeah.
Is anybody else?
So my question is regarding the sham study that you showed at the end.
Yeah.
It's pretty interesting. I would like to
Thanks.
know for how long each subject will train, how many times a week, and if there's any results that you've seen so far.
Yeah, so we have the way the protocol is now, we're trying to like maximize the dose essentially. So we use dosing as far as frequency and then length of how long we're even applying it for the maximal amount that's currently in the literature. So it's 6 weeks of, and within that we have 18 sessions of either real-time biofeedback or placebo or sham. I agree with you that that's a lot. If that maybe you didn't, I don't have to agree with you, but it is a lot of rehab. So we're also at the same time measuring dose response throughout it to see if eventually, if we move this forward, we could do less than 18 sessions over 6 weeks and still get that effect. Now, that being said, I've only seen, data from the first 2 people. The ACL reconstructed person did seem to actually retain the gait biomechanics that we've been trying to get in both limbs. They started at 1.06 was this one particular person, and we were trying to get them to 1.12, which is normal. They were able to retain that by the 16th session. That was in our earliest preliminary data on that. So it does seem like we need a pretty good dosage to actually get retention of that new gait pattern.
Thank you. And how long each session?
3,000 steps is the maximum. We actually, with the motor control aspect of this, we ramp up and ramp down. So they don't do 3,000 steps with 100%. I can show you a figure in a second.
So it's at their own pace?
It's at their own walking speed, right? And they ramp up in the amount of feedback they're getting over time, right? And then we ramp them down where they're doing steps without, 100% feedback, in the later sessions. Good question.
I was wondering if there was any consideration given to the type of ACL graft during any of your studies, and then also if you had any insight on how fear or lack of confidence in the reconstructed knee may impact some of the findings that you showed.
So in our earliest studies, we've mixed graft types. The later ones, the majority of ones like halfway through this and to the end are all bone patellar bone. So we've standardized that at UNC for people who are getting into our studies. What was the other thing? Fear. So fear avoidance is pretty commonly associated with very dynamic types of movement like jump landing, and fear avoidance is associated with return to sport. When we looked at fear avoidance and walking biomechanics at a self-selected speed, it was not associated. And I think part of that is they are self-selecting a speed. We show they're slowing down. They're self-selecting a speed, right, where they're not going to be fearful of that particular movement. So currently, right now, in our cohorts, we actually have them do it at their habitual walking speed, their mechanical testing, and we do everybody at 1.3 meters per second walking speed to see if we can actually pick up on that question. But you know, if you look at the KOOS scores, which Janet Simon was showing, and the other one, they specifically ask, one of the questions is, do you have pain when walking? And this is anecdotal, but like with ACL reconstructed people more than 6 months, nobody really has any pain self-selected walking. The large majority, I'll say, should never say nobody, but the large majority. But I think they're caveats because it's their self-selected speed.
Any other questions?
Thanks. Thank you for that. A couple of things I just have wondered as you were talking. So their mid stance in that Z curve is different because they're going slower, but they're also walking more flexed. Is there any sort of, have you covaried by extension, or how has that ability to get end range extension in mid stance kind of related to the loading across the cartilage that you're seeing?
It's definitely all related. So we usually covary it by walking speed in many of these models, because people who will decrease that first peak and actually increase the mid stance typically walk slower. You can do that, right, by walking slower. Now, what's interesting about, so we do covary. I always argue it's interesting to covary, but that's not how they're walking. So you do have to like actually measure how they're walking and take that into account. Now, what's interesting is with the model that we use on the treadmill, we keep them all at the same speed regardless of what type of loading that we're doing. So people can actually change their loading profile without changing their speed, you know, by essentially changing, you know, how much their center of mass is actually moving in the vertical direction. And it is very correlated with that knee flexion, which is, I think of it as a benefit if we can actually change all of that stuff and cause, you know, a generalized normalization of the gait mechanics by just changing that peak vertical ground reaction force and using that as a cue. It's really helpful because, you know, gait mechanics are so many different things that could affect, right? But we're seeing that if we can change that peak with that feedback, it seems to affect everything. Yeah, great question.
Looks like we have a little bit more time if anybody has any more.
I have a question. With the gait retraining research that you're doing now, are you going to add other things like wearing a brace or resistance, things like that, to see if you can maximize?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. You know, I think that I haven't thought about like the brace and the biofeedback, but that would make some sense, right? You know, I think the obvious one in my head is, you know, eventually doing like, you know, the combination therapy of strengthening and, you know, biofeedback, because I think people overall outcomes would be improved, right? If we did strengthening plus, you know, biofeedback. Just like we said before, people do get stronger and that improves self-reported function, but it may not necessarily change those specific mechanics. So I think combination therapies are the way to go. I agree with you. I think that idea about the, you know, the brace is a really wonderful idea. Maybe you should get a PhD or something. I don't know.
Good afternoon. Question that I had from a practical point of view. not everyone would have access to one of these machines to where you're able to rehab by loading, right? So loading one leg and, that, what would be an alternative for somebody who might have to do home care in order to improve, their chances of not developing OA?
Yeah, time is up, but no. I was hoping I'd get out of here before we got these hard questions, but I think that this is a really good question, right? Like the idea of you have a $300,000 treadmill set up, how's this going to help me on Monday? And this is what, always, gets me at the end after I'm like, this is 10 years of work and doesn't help me on Monday. I agree with you. And we're working on ways that we can actually use some wearable sensors to actually measure vertical ground reaction force. So one of the issues with wearables, there's tons of stuff out there, right? A lot of them are essentially evaluating kinematics, right? Angles and whatnot. And we're saying that particular outcome variable is that force variable. So we're working on that for the purpose of being able to do that in the clinic now and some other projects, but I see that happening shortly. So I agree that if we're going to improve access to this, if we're going to be able to do clinical trials at a large scale, we need to solve that problem.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, everybody, let's give it up for Dr. Petra Simone. Okay, so we'll go ahead and take another 10-minute break, and we'll resume here at 4 p.m. for our next speaker. Thank you.
Alrighty. Hi, guys. You guys can all have your seats. It's so nice to see such beautiful faces. Good afternoon. My name is Gabby Owens. I will be moderating this upcoming session for you guys. I am an undergraduate junior, and I am majoring in kinesiology. After graduating in spring of 2023, my goal is to hopefully pursue a career within physical therapy. I have 3 quick reminders for you guys. So number 1, if you have a tweet or you have a post, just make sure you put the hashtag IEPRS22. Number 2, we have a few minutes after each lecture that you guys know about where we do Q&As. And number 3, don't forget about our fundraiser at Top 5. You show that flyer that you have on that pamphlet, and you'll receive 25% off of the purchase for the Institute going back to them. So I have the honor of introducing Dr. Catherine Sines as our next speaker. Dr. Sines is an assistant professor of kinesiology at Jacksonville University. She's a registered dietitian and a certified strength and conditioning specialist. Dr. Sines earned her Bachelor's of Science from the University of Maryland, her Master of Arts from the University of Connecticut, and her PhD from Ohio State University. She specializes in exercise physiology and nutrition, with a focus on personalized nutrition and ketogenic diets across a spectrum of populations. Her primary areas of focus include athletic populations, metabolic health and disorders, and also health initiatives in undeserved communities. Dr. Sines is especially passionate about translating and sharing this information with students, the community, and those who support athletes' health. Her lecture today is titled Fueling the Female Athlete, Combining Emerging Science with Practical Application to Personalize Our Performance Plates. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Sines.
Hello, hello. A big thank you for all, especially joining us on a Friday afternoon. This is the nice place to be on a Friday. And thank you to the whole UCF team, and especially Dr. Stock for the invitation here. It's an honor. The lineup is awesome, so this is really, really cool. Today I'm getting a chance to chat about something I don't usually talk about. I actually talk much more on, or get a chance to research much more on macronutrient metabolism. And today we're going to break apart that nutrition talk and really make it a lot bigger and focus in on women's health and the female athlete, which is actually something we're hearing about quite a bit these days. Am I going the right way? Where do I point it? Like the wand. Yes, all right, awesome. Thank you. And before I get started, because it is a nutrition talk, and especially because you'll hear this over and over again, I'll be this broken record that this work is very much emerging. It's actually been going on for quite a bit of time, so it's not necessarily new. We have incredible research from really amazing scientists, just that it is growing constantly. So it's not ready to be applied in this general talk to any specific individual, so keep that in mind. And also wanted to disclose no particular conflict of interest during this talk. So when we're talking about sport nutrition, we typically think about it very specific to energy and fuel. But sport nutrition really hits 3 primary areas. And from there, we can really expand even further. The very primary thing that we should be hitting with sport nutrition, or all portions, no pun intended, that one just came to me now, with all portions of macronutrient intake is really about health. The next thing that we want to make sure that we're supporting is that if we've got our health sustained, then we can bump it up to performance. Sometimes we jump into performance so quickly that we forget about how foundational health is. And then from that, which is really the most powerful piece, in my opinion, is the recovery, because your performance is only as good as you can get back out there again. So the ability to sustain performance. Often when we talk about nutrition, we focus in on the fuel aspect, right? You might even see those banners like, this is your fuel, this is how we're going to do it. You're going to get bigger, faster, stronger. Through your nutritional tactics, really focused in on the fuel portion of it. But the reality is, and as we can appreciate, is that nutrition extends well beyond that, and into many different aspects of performance. And if we really tailor it in correctly, or sometimes even incorrectly, we're able to see benefits that go into body composition, that go into oxidative stress management, that even extend into areas that we're starting to discuss more as part of the performance paradigm, like sleep and recovery, mental acuity, cognitive function, decision-making, et cetera. And so nutrient status is certainly part of that. And so when we put things together for sport nutrition, we realize that it extends well beyond energy metabolism and is really a systemic effect on physiology. And once we get that systemic effect on physiology, that's where we can get some really interesting aspects on our performance. And so that's where we're able to see differences in strength, differences in speed, differences in endurance, and other markers of performance, whether objective or subjective. Sometimes the benefit is that during performance, the athlete feels better. And that's just as powerful as some of the objective markers that we see as well. And a big piece of what we know it impacts, but we don't get a chance to talk about as much, is reproductive health. And specifically for our conversation today, when I mention reproductive health, I am going to hone in on the menstrual cycle, but I want to take this moment to realize that reproductive health is expansive across all individuals. And so it's not just menstrual health, it's just that we get a chance to hone in on it today. But knowing and appreciating, if you get nothing else out of this conversation, hopefully you get a lot out of it, but if you get nothing else, then at least we can discuss the fact that nutrition impacts performance. We can all agree on that. Nutrition impacts the menstrual cycle, and all three of these together do actually have a relationship. Now, to the extent to what that might be is very individual, and to the extent to which we can measure it and make decisions, the research isn't quite there yet, but at least have an appreciation that they do affect each other. And so we're going to hone in on the menstrual cycle a little bit just to get on the same page. And we've heard some conversation about this and really great presentations earlier. So we're going to focus in on a little bit more in this one, because this is where we're going to talk about how that menstrual cycle and where that nutrient status meets, if they meet at all. And so to get us on the same page, the operational definition for the menstrual cycle here is this full body cyclic event with a hone in on hormonal or structural and some, when I say additional physiological fluctuations that occur here, that we are able to measure differences in, for example, different immune markers during the menstrual cycle, peak or dip, different inflammatory markers, peak and dip. We're able to see the microbiome might be shifting. That's extra new, but it might be shifting. And so this is a systemic response in the body, a systemic physiological process. And when we're talking about the menstrual cycle, no menstrual cycle is identical to the other. In fact, there's so much variability that it's not just different between individual to individual, but even between cycle and cycle and time of life and time of life. And so understanding that the menstrual cycle means many things, we're going to get on the same page for this particular conversation. When we're talking about a positive or what's deemed as a healthy menstrual cycle, although we commonly discuss it as one that's 28 days, it's actually a pretty big range, anywhere between 21 to 35 days. That means that instead of saying that this is a once a month situation or a once a month event, it might be more than a month for some individuals, and it might be much longer than a month for other individuals. So the cyclic event is very, very individualized. From there, I'm not going to harp on this too much, but just understanding that this cyclic event is primarily impacted by hormonal fluctuations that occur throughout the menstrual cycle. And so there are times where we've got peaks and dips in different reproductive hormones, which are also primarily our steroid-based or lipid-based hormones. But there is much more communication between the other systems as well. And so in this cyclic event, I mean, I didn't go into this too deeply because we won't be here forever, but know that it's quite complex. It's got many layers to it. And when we're talking about the systems involved, we have our primary systems, which is our hormonal system, our reproductive system, and our neurological systems. And then we've got these accessory systems that are involved. And the accessory systems have varying degrees of involvement. This is where we start to see quite a bit of individuality. So we may or may not see an impact on GI system. If we've got a eumenoric cycle, which is what we deem as a healthy cycle, we may not notice any impact on GI whatsoever. But if we've got some hormonal imbalances, or if we have some sort of dysregulation that's impacting the menstrual cycle, we do actually see quite a bit of GI distress. And actually, sometimes at this point, we're seeing about 80% of women at some point in their life might be experiencing hormonal imbalances that impact their menstrual cycle. And of that, a large portion report some level of GI distress. We've also seen an incidence of IBS and Crohn's and many other gastrointestinal diseases, disorders, and issues arise. Not saying that they are necessarily associated, because the research isn't quite there yet. We don't have the physiological data to string them together, but we do understand that there is some sort of a connection. And again, it's varying. So between person to person, we might get more or less. And the same can be said about some of these other markers. So for example, there are some women that every time they're going to get their period, get a cold. It's very strange, but it's actually not that strange. It happens to a decent percentage of women. I don't want to misspeak, so I'm not going to say the percentage, but I can find that citation if anybody's interested. But that's indicative that we might be having some sort of an immune response. There's also sleep disturbances. If I polled the room, and for those that are joining us virtually, if I polled the group, for those that have ever experienced a menstrual cycle, have you ever had issues sleeping? Have you ever had find that you get sick at a certain time? Have you found that you get crampier, you're more sore, any mood swings, etc.? These are common, not necessarily normal. They're indicative that we've got other systems impacting or vice versa, reacting to the menstrual cycle. And so what I'm trying to say in many more words than I have a lot of time for is that the menstrual cycle can be one of our indicators of health. And the reason being is that it's so reflective of other things that are happening in the body, and it's multi-system. So because of that, it can sort of point us towards things that might be going on in the body that we might not be able to assess in other ways, or those other systems might be presenting themselves at a later date. So the menstrual cycle, when it's working optimally, should have a natural ebb and flow because some of those hormones are associated with, for example, increased energy levels or perceived energy. So for example, the start of that follicular phase, typically energy is a lot steadier and a lot more managed. As the individual is approaching ovulation, it's not uncommon to feel like a spark of energy, a lot more energized, a lot more active. During the luteal phase, especially the later phases, we do tend to see a self-report, a little bit more sluggish activity, a little bit calmer, a little bit more relaxing moments. And so because of those natural ebb and flows, there is some cyclic effect from the hormones. But when we've got a healthy cycle, when it comes time to the menstrual period itself, you really shouldn't be feeling much. You shouldn't be feeling pain. You shouldn't be feeling discomfort. And if you do, it should be minimal. And that might be a surprise to individuals. I mean, it still is a surprise to me. I think if I poll most people that have ever had a period, it's not always fun. You know, it's not like you're excited for this big event. And it doesn't feel great sometimes. We can poll all sorts of individuals that menstruate and the symptoms and side effects and just the way you might know that it's coming. It's really surprising, but it's very systemic. And so when it's functioning optimally, we should feel pretty good. You know, it's supposed to be a natural process for the body, and so therefore it shouldn't cause a lot of disruption. But it can. And when we see those disruptions, this is where the menstrual cycle can be used as a biomarker, both of health across the spectrum. And we can start to identify if we're feeling some of these disruptions that are interrupting life. I mean, I know individuals that might have to call out of work, cancel trips. You stay in that night, or you might not go to class. You might not be able to study, or you don't feel great to study or be productive. And when it comes to competition, and all of this talk should focus on athletes, but I got inspired and started talking about all the ladies. But when we're focusing on athletes, it's absolutely true. You don't get to decide your competition schedule. You can't say, like, I'm going to sit this one out. But there are times where it gets so disruptive that you might have to, or you're contemplating it. And that's just as challenging. And so when we start to observe that this is disrupting activities of daily living or any type, especially sport performance, and especially in season when it's so intense, that's when we can figure out, okay, something might be off. And what research has identified is that when we start to notice those things, it might be indicative of hormonal imbalances that might be systemic. It might be indicative of hormonal imbalances that directly relate to the menstrual cycle. So here's an example. There might be a hormonal imbalance that relates to estrogen and progesterone, or increase or decrease levels of testosterone. That would be within the reproductive system that, of course, affects the whole physiology. But you also might have an imbalance in the thyroid metabolism. And thyroid metabolism, although it affects reproductive health, is also very systemic. It's very, very tied to homeostasis and energy metabolism. So now you're seeing these effects be much more expansive. We can also really appreciate that the menstrual cycle is highly sensitive to our external factors. So just like it may impact or have a relationship with those external factors, this is a bi-directional communication and relationship. So just as much as exercise can help, exercise may also be impacted and vice versa. So the one that I really want to hone in here on this particular slide is brain health. And there's a lot of different ways to say this. I debated whether even brain health was the appropriate way to present it. But many of the hormones that are released or that communicate and have to function optimally for a menstrual cycle to happen at a healthy level are stemming from the brain. We get those from the pituitary, the hypothalamus gland. And so what we've observed, or what researchers working in this area have observed, is that concussions, so traumatic brain injuries under the umbrella, but concussions might even impact the menstrual cycle. And so the concussion research is very, very much outside my area. So for the experts in that area, it'd be wonderful to collaborate and get to talk and learn more about how this might affect things, but even just awareness that it could happen. And what we see, especially in women's sports and female-driven sports, is that we get micro concussions, so these repeated traumas that might be minimal at first, but they might have an accumulative effect. And so we don't quite know, or at least that research isn't under my umbrella, but I'm curious to see how that might impact the menstrual cycle, if at all. But knowing that there's a relationship there that has been seen in other studies. And so when we find the dysregulation, it can exhibit itself in many, many ways. And this is not an exhaustive list by any means, but it's certainly highlighting that when we're talking about performance, that the menstrual cycle shouldn't have major impacts on it if things are running well. But if things aren't running well, it can. And it can do so directly, and more commonly we see that indirectly. Sometimes a combination of both. And so let's hone in a little bit more on the performance side. What I want to emphasize with this slide is that these are some of the physiological systems that exercise or performance works very much with. They impact performance, vice versa, performance will impact them. And we also can function with them on the nutrition side. So we're aware of making sure that calories are maintained, that we've got a good profile, that we've got our nutrients, nutrient density, etc. But when it comes to the menstrual cycle, if working optimally, we really shouldn't see many perturbations here. It's not to the extent that it might affect our, at least from the sport nutrition side, our fueling tactics. The issue is when there is an imbalance or some sort of dysregulation. That's where this starts to really come into play. And so now we see this Venn diagram where it's sport nutrition, trying to work with performance, but also trying to support the menstrual cycle. And they're not always all in line. In fact, many times they might not be, or we're not necessarily, as I work in the sport area as a dietitian, and I wouldn't say that it's always an intentional aspect. I didn't always consider making sure the menstrual cycle was considered when I was putting together programs. I was considering the performance side. And now I certainly look at the athlete much more as a whole and want to make sure they're supported off the field just as much as on the field because of these impacts. And when we see the research in these areas, there's been many, many reviews done, or a handful of really strong reviews, especially recently, that have come out. I believe this one's from 2020, but the reason why I highlight it is if we head down to the conclusion section there, where it has performance oscillations, the big message from this particular slide is that performance oscillations, again, shouldn't be impacted as much by the menstrual cycle. They might be. We see slight variation at various points of the menstrual cycle, but to the point where we can say the training program needs to be different or the nutrition program needs to be different. We're not quite there yet in the research. We're not quite there yet with elucidating the relationship between all of these. However, the big portion here is that there's also so much fluctuation between individuals that understanding how to do this correctly really comes down to personalization. So we have to hit our foundations first, the things that all individuals need, that all individuals competing need, and then from there, in the meantime, while we continue to learn more and we continue to see this incredible research come out, how do we personalize this? And that's really the million-dollar question. So, quick summary from this section. We know that menstrual cycle is a marker of health. We can use the menstrual cycle in much deeper ways than I explained here to identify if there are any health issues. And it's not the only one, obviously. It's a biomarker that we can also use to assess health. But from there, we also have to appreciate the menstrual cycle has a very dynamic but very individualized relationship with sport performance. So we're looking at athletes and understanding that from this athlete to this athlete, the menstrual cycle might affect them differently, and even between cycles, especially between cycles, they might be affected differently. So, for example, in a college athlete cycle in September for a fall sport athlete, the menstrual cycle in September might look very different than December. One is the start of the season and start of the semester, one's during finals, end of the season, and you're dragging if we're still competing in December. And so those are two different cycles, and those might need two different approaches for how we're going to support them. And so understanding that nutrition is so fluid through all levels of performance, and if we include this additional layer of personalization, then the menstrual cycle should be included as part of that. And that's really the goal in this talk. I'm going to talk through some emerging research that we're finding with this work, some details and nuances to make sure we understand it better. But the real goal is just to have an appreciation for the whole body. And again, as a practitioner and also as a researcher, I know that I didn't always include all parts of this paradigm together. And as I continue to learn more, I'm thinking they are so intertwined, but so highly individualized. So I'm really excited for the research that continues to come out. So the big nutrition portion is that we're going to go through calorie quantity. So we heard a little bit about energy availability. We're going to dig deeper into that. So it's pretty awesome that we get to present on the same day. Then we're also going to figure out, all right, when we've got enough calories, what are they actually supposed to look like? So the calorie quality. And then finally, the supplement piece, which, spoiler alert, it is my favorite piece, but also the one that has such little information. So it's very, very short. So we're going to focus in on, I tried to make it the 3 Ps of the period. I'm going to see if it works, but it was about planning your meals for adequate energy, because it's quite a challenge, or it can be a challenge. Prioritizing and then personalizing that nutrient density. That's really where the magic happens. And then personalizing that supplementation protocol. And so how do we do that? Where's the research for those areas? Are we there yet? So we're going to focus in on this first section on planning appropriate calories. And so the first thing to do to support any hormonal health, and especially any hormonal health related to performance, is making sure that we're just eating enough. So that is foundational. It doesn't matter how fancy, how organic, how locally sourced the diet is if we don't have adequate calories. And adequate calories looks very different to a lot of individuals. Some individuals are making a certain weight. Some individuals are pursuing a certain body composition. Some individuals have a weight to power to ratio that they're pursuing. So adequate calories means that we're at least supporting the basic physiological function. The hormonal regulation that occurs on top of that, it's actually quite expensive for our bodies to ensure we have enough calories for hormonal regulation. And if we don't have enough calories for it, the body is going to move calories to other necessary areas in the body because it's such a high currency for physiology. And so can we support that? And then, of course, that performance. And really, when I see performance recovery, like recoveries are higher energy expenditure there, or a higher energy need because of how much is occurring during that time. And so energy availability is ensuring that we've got this package taken care of with at least the right amount of intake. From there, we can operationally define it even more specifically. And so dietary intake subtracted by the exercise or energy expenditure. And I'm going to use exercise and energy expenditure interchangeably because there is the traditional competitive athlete profile, but then there's a lot of individuals that have high energy expenditure that may not fit into that profile. So for example, our tactical athletes, which have an enormous energy expenditure, or individuals that have a very high energy expenditure job or or position. And so this is used interchangeably for those two. And so what we're aiming for is about 45 kilocalories per kilogram of fat-free mass. So we're very specific to that lean mass, that fat-free mass. And if we've got at least that amount per fat-free mass, there's an estimation that at least we have enough calories to do what we need to do. From there, we of course would personalize even further. But what happens when we don't hit that? And that's very common. If we don't hit that and we don't hit the goals that we're looking for within that, well, now we're putting our bodies quite at risk, because without the energy it needs, we're running out of fuel to conduct all the processes that we have to conduct. This particular situation would put us at risk for what's called low energy availability. Low energy availability is exactly what it sounds like. We don't have enough energy to complete the basic physiological processes. Therefore, all other processes down the road are also going to be cut. It's almost like budget cuts. They're going to be sliced to some capacity. Just don't make it. From there, if this continues, we can then start to see issues with what is then this larger umbrella term of relative energy deficiency. And this is very specific to, again, sport or high energy expenditure situations. And this is a large umbrella that includes many signs and symptoms. There was a really wonderful figure that was posted in one of the previous presentations where we can see sleep is disrupted, cognitive function is disrupted, the menstrual cycle is one of the first things impacted, and additional hormonal imbalances. So you might even see flares in skin issues, so increase in acne, dermatitis, eczema, etc. You start to see a lot more GI distress. Appetite signals get all sorts of funky. Might be really hungry, or sometimes appetite starts to get suppressed. And you just aren't quite in that optimal homeostatic environment. And that's not a fun place to be. It's not a fun place for anybody to be, but for anybody that relies on that energy expenditure as part of their competitive sport or position or job, well, now we're really putting ourselves at risk. If our hormonal balance occurs, and low energy availability is fairly specific to our hormonal milieu. If that now is dysregulated or imbalanced in any capacity, at least in those that menstruate, that's one of the first things you're going to see not just disappear. You might notice that at first it starts to get dysregulated. That might look like a more painful event. That might look like it starts to skip every once in a while, or it's not looking quite right. It's very light, or it's very heavy, or it comes with a lot more signs and symptoms. And if that continues, well, now we're at risk for losing the menstrual period. And when we lose the menstrual period, there's also a whole series of physiological processes attached to many other systems, and one of our most precious tissues, which is bone. And bone is so costly for the body to maintain and to rebuild. And so if we don't have enough energy for bone and we start to see deficits, in particular bone mineral density, you can see this in the graph here, we're now at risk not just for acute injuries, but possibly for acute injuries, but also chronic injuries that are absolutely debilitating. So it not only is possibly season ending, could be career ending, and then have these follow-up detriments that are really, really challenging. And when we're losing bone, it is incredibly difficult to build bone back up. It takes all the geniuses at this conference here of all of us working together. It takes a very structured resistance training program, the right amount of nutrition, and additional support systems and teams to make sure that we can get that either back or at least stop from degrading. So we're looking at a pretty serious event if this continues over time. And often we think about low energy availability as somebody who's not eating enough. And it might be someone who's not eating enough, but it might also be that you're eating the adequate amount for what you're hungry or what you typically consume, but your energy expenditure and what we sometimes don't quantify as well, your stress might be particularly high, and so now your needs are greater. And so we are falling as a deficit, either we're not consuming enough or the energy's too high where we're just not matching up. And this, especially for an athletic population, can be due to a lot of things. It's hard to eat as much as you have to do sometimes. And training schedules are all sorts of wacky, especially if we throw travel in there. Budget is a very real thing that has to be discussed. We can't just tell someone to eat more if we don't supply it appropriately. And then we also see the bottom two are probably the ones I see the most in the areas I'm working in. We snack a lot more, so we're grazing, so you're not quite aware of how much you're eating. That actually starts to impact our microbiome and those appetite signals. And then we also have backlogged calories. So backlogged calories is something all of us can relate to. We're so busy throughout the day, you end up eating your biggest meal at the end of the day. It might be particularly big for the other meals you've had that day, but it's not necessarily going to make up all the calories you might have missed throughout the day. So we've got a 24-hour period, and we're really only shrinking all of that down to about a 2-hour period or a 4-hour window to get everything we need in. So all of this together increases our major risk for different, as I mentioned, season, career, possibly worse related injuries. And this is when it gets to be extremely bad. I think even just seeing it from the menstrual cycle's point of view, a painful period might not come with all these things, but it's still a painful period. And so where does that fit in? And so something that's really interesting about low energy availability is we often associate it with a decrease in mass. So the biomarker that we use for it is subjective and objective, but let's say it's a subjective biomarker, like I don't have enough energy for all I'm doing, and maybe you're losing muscle mass throughout the season. But what's interesting is you don't always have to see that, and this is where the menstrual cycle can be one of the biomarkers for individuals that do menstruate. This is a study that we did at Jacksonville University, and we had really cool opportunity to work with cross-country team. And this was led by Dr. Dave Hooper, which is one of my colleagues and assistant professors, and he does a lot of work in this area, but tends to focus more on the male side with testosterone metabolism. And this one we got to do a joint study and really focus in on female health and the menstrual cycle. And what we did is we took a whole slew of measurements right before the cross-country season. We tracked them during the season and collected more formally at the end of the competitive cross-country season and then at the start of their track season. And what we found is that all of the athletes performance-wise were okay. They were within 5% of their personal record, except for one. So out of 7 athletes, 1 athlete actually had to get pulled mid-season because she was found to have low energy availability. And this wasn't with the research. We actually didn't have values at that time to compare to. Her performance and her outcomes were demonstrating such a challenge that the coach pulled her. And when we did further analysis, that's when we were able to find low energy availability. And actually, we at that time did an intervention with a team dietitian who is awesome, and we were making sure she had proper recovery, all the support needed, and adequate calories, and was ready to go for the track season. But the other athletes were found to have performance measurements within range for their personal best. So they were having an okay season. And with that, they weren't reporting anything negative. So unless we tracked, we weren't going to identify that there were some issues going on. But when we did track, we found that their energy intake was low, both on the macronutrient side, specifically for protein and carbohydrate. Oh, no, not for protein. Scratch that, different study. For carbohydrate and for fat. We actually don't have recommendations for fat, but it's one of our primary and essential nutrients needed, in particular for hormone health. And so they were low in fat, just from a general dietary guidelines point of view. And then we also found that in an energy assessment, they were pretty low they were well below that threshold for energy availability. When we did some further digging, we found that their vitamin D was low. Some markers of iron metabolism were low, but no differences in body mass or other markers within body composition. So again, it wasn't an obvious distinction that something was going on. When we did further analysis, we did some metabolic rates, and we did a much more extensive testing milieu. And what we found is that actually several were at risk. And so again, without screening, the athlete didn't, they felt okay. They were competing fine. They have some wear and tear from the season, which you feel, but hadn't put 2 and 2 together that, oh, I haven't been eating enough. At some point it kind of tailored off, and at some point the competition is more important than some of the recovery, and you're focused, your mind's on other things. And again, we were able to see that we couldn't identify that with body mass changes. We identified that through being able to look at energy intake and other markers of menstrual health and biomarkers. And so I carry this into a lot of what I've been talking about has been about menstrual health, but we have women across the spectrum that do exercise. And so I highlight this study because it's a study we're conducting, we're doing the analysis for right now. So it's not published yet, but this is in a postmenopausal athlete, highly trained female athlete. So she doesn't have the menstrual cycle to say, okay, it's there or it's not there, but we can still see hormonal dysregulation at any age. And how does it affect your performance? So she is a thru hiker. And hopefully you've been reading while I've been chatting, but she trains for these ultra endurance, unbelievable hikes. In this particular hike, she was training for the Pacific Crest Trail. So I don't know if there's any hikers in the room, but it's a lot of miles if you're checking that out. So it's a casual walk. And not just that, but you're going through some ambient temperature. So you're going through desert. Sometimes you're at sea level. Sometimes you're way above sea level. All sorts of environments. And she was there for several months. She went from March to August, was planned. She's awesome. She tracked a bunch of stuff. It's a case study just to learn more about this type of energy. And what we found through a series of tests is that she actually wasn't able to complete her hike. She's had 2 surgeries since and is trying to recover to come back. And of course, it's a case study, so we have to contextualize this. But she lost so much muscle mass during the hike that got pulled for medical reasons and is in the medical field herself. So it's not someone who's not aware of this work. You know, it's just as athletes, we can get focused and you don't always know how much you're supposed to be consuming. And so this is where total calories truly has that impact across the spectrum. And what you're able to see there, you can see her calories and kilocalories. We're looking at 1,200, 1,500 calories. You're thinking about someone hiking. It's not unusual to see some of these numbers. And we've also done not similar work like this, but diet records in some of our female tactical athletes. Some of the calories are low. You're carrying a lot of your caloric intake. You've got to hike literally thousands of miles with a pack. And you're going through all sorts of environments, not to mention how does budget fit in, or mood, or satiety, like are you even hungry to eat right now, etc. And so just addressing calorie quantity is eating more, but it sounds very easy, but it's actually very challenging when we're talking about high energy expenditures. And so addressing some of the barriers to calorie quantity, we're talking about quality next, so focusing. Addressing some of the barriers to that is key in order to support the individual to actually be able to conduct this. So next we're going to slip right into nutrient density. And nutrient density is our ability to take those calories and figure out what we do with them. How do we actually maximize the calories that we're getting? So yes, we can eat enough, but we don't eat enough of the right stuff, then we're really struggling. And so one of the big things that we start to talk about is how nutrient challenges are changed throughout the season. And this one is my area of research. We won't get a chance to talk about it as much today, but it's not just how much you eat, but what you eat. And it just so happens that in season, we see a higher report of GI distress, higher report of food allergies, a higher report of gut challenges in general. Palates change, your sensories or what you're interested in eating change and fluctuate. And so how do you assess that with the foods that you're supposed to be consuming? We also see a lot more increase in poor quality foods for a variety of reasons. Ease, you're not cooking nearly as much, you don't have time to go out grocery shopping, and you might not even be home for those meals. And so for the purpose of this conversation, know that this research is very, very new, or there has been research done in these areas, but we continue to learn more about the nutrient density portions. And when we're talking about nutrient density, it really comes down to emphasizing whole foods, emphasizing some good foods, and knowing that we also need to assess nutrition budgets. So we can't emphasize and preach this good work unless we are also providing support for where that information is coming from. And then the creme de la crop is, well, what type of macronutrient profile should we be consuming? This is my area of specialty. This is where I really hone in on. But to be honest, when it comes to performance, sport nutrition, and the menstrual cycle together, we don't have much research to find this sweet spot of macronutrient distribution. We don't have that. And I'm highlighting that here because I see that a lot on social media. I see that a lot in different areas where we're touting the best dietary approach for the menstrual cycle that will also support performance. But right now we don't have data to support that fully. Instead, what we have is there is there is some information about intermittent fasting and potentially ketogenic diets having a negative impact on menstrual cycle and in turn possibly performance, or sometimes those are considered separately. But when you dig into the research, really interestingly, that research hasn't been done in athletes. So we actually don't have any research to say that a ketogenic diet or a higher fat diet that impacts thyroid metabolism and possibly impacts menstrual health also impacts performance. In fact, there's no research at the moment that ties a ketogenic diet with thyroid metabolism in a negative way. There is some research when you fluctuate carbohydrates, but that's not necessarily a ketogenic diet. That's just modulating carbohydrates. So when we get really into the nitty-gritty, we realize just how much more there is to learn and explore. But again, I bring this up because there isn't that perfect diet. Instead, we want to emphasize nutrient density and personalized profiles. That's where we're at right now. And the last bit is very, very short, is our supplementation. I put this in there because there are so many products on the market for supplementation to help performance and to help the menstrual cycle, and sometimes they're combined together. Now, for the performance supplementation section, we've got quite a bit of research. But on the menstrual side, it is very much emerging with mixed results. And when we go back and realize how individualized cycles are from woman to woman and from cycle to cycle, we realize why that might be. But we also recognize that an athletic population will look at supplements, and we'd like to see where can we get them to fit all aspects, like where can we really match them up. So research that's being conducted is looking within these areas. We've got some in the macro section, some vitamins and minerals, and some in these phytochemical areas, but we're not quite there yet to make recommendations. So again, something we see commonly, so many products coming out, but there's several areas of research in this, myself included. We're conducting a research study in this area to learn more. So I'm highlighting this as my resources, and also just to put out that so much amazing research has been done in the menstrual cycle and performance. And this isn't a new area. We just get a chance to continue to grow it and learn more. And from there, hopefully you appreciate that sport nutrition is a systemic modality that also reaches the menstrual cycle. And that menstrual cycle has that bidirectional communication with performance. And being able to use it and learn about it and encourage our athletes to learn about their own bodies, learn how their cycle might be impacted, how they can advocate for themselves, to identify things that sometimes we can't see ourselves or right away with the modalities we have. But you feel it and you know when something's different. And how do you advocate and assess that? And just recognizing that we need much, much more research in these areas. So a big thank you, and excited for questions.
Alrighty, we got our first one. Here we go.
Hi. Is there a way to know what like lifestyle changes or any type of changes need to be implemented to improve the, like to make it easier for the menstrual cycle other than caloric deficit?
Yes, yes, absolutely. And what a wonderful question. This is where we are combining the power of subjective data with those objective markers. And so I can go back. Can I go back? I don't know if I can go back. Yes, we can do it. So if we're looking at, this is just one. I've talked a lot. Here we go. We're almost there. I know it. Here we go. Every single one of these can impact the menstrual cycle. So if we're able to hone in on one that feels like the most manageable for the individual and build from there, we start to see that lifestyle factors have up to 80% of a positive impact on the menstrual cycle. And some of the really powerful ones in nutrition and exercise is sleep. Sleep is a huge one, and not just any type of sleep, but actual restful, productive or productively unproductive sleep. That seems to be a major piece of where we're seeing some of the dysregulation. And that's related to some of the neurotransmitters that are involved in the reproductive system. But yes, we can absolutely improve it. And that's another area, if we were discussing some functional nutrition methods, that's where that might come in. At least for the areas that I work in on the nutritional side, we can really hone in on, in particular, the micronutrients. But that has to be personalized. And then hopefully we've identify more patterns through research to see how we can share that at a broader scale. Great question, though.
When it comes to like younger athletes, especially teenagers, I feel like there isn't a lot of research done on teenage menstrual cycles, and I think there should be, especially with teenage female athletes. There's such a prevalence of eating disorders and overtraining and things that can affect the menstrual cycle. With the long-term effects, are they like bone mineral density and getting the menstrual cycle back after you've lost it? Are these going to be long-term issues that you'll see over their lifetime, or are they maybe going to be short-term that we can fix easily?
Yeah, I've never gotten asked that question. It's such a wonderful question. I'm going to answer it from the point of view of physiology with a big caveat that I don't know that research. So just considering a few hypotheses is that bone remodeling through adolescence is very active. And so hopefully if we can address, I think it was on one of the slides, but I didn't say it, and I didn't report it out to the whole audience here, is that we assume that a lot of people know you have to eat enough or adequately, but actually in a research study that just came out in 2021, there's minimal information in coaches' education and minimal information when they poll athletes on educational aspects, especially related to what impacts your performance. And many might report nutrition, but not necessarily the details of that. And that's true for so many of the categories within the performance paradigm. And so one, bone remodeling is so active at that time, so it's a great time for us to address and really bring in some educational pieces and awareness. But let's say it does happen, my hypothesis would be that we do have time to improve habits and to improve structure to make sure those aren't long lasting. But I don't know of the data to see a long enough study from teenage years to where we might see this later stages of life of what that looks like. So we'd have to look into that.
Hi, I'm going to try to put this in the best terms possible. It's kind of like turning in my brain. But is there any correlation in the disturbance between taking oral contraceptives and trying to balance those nutritional biomechanics, and like how like the nutrition can affect taking oral contraceptives between those hormones?
Yes, we're actually working on a paper focused on oral contraceptives in tactical athletes right now. I purposely stayed away from it because it's its own, I got 40 minutes, right? We're not going to go a couple days. But there are some nutrients that have a higher chance of being deficient on certain oral contraceptives, so we can get a lot more detail there. And that's where we really have to focus on that personalization key. But it's not unusual to see some part of the vitamin B complex, but in particular vitamin B12, iodine may also be impacted, selenium, and sometimes iron. And then of course we also might observe differences in mineral balance. Or mineral ingestion. And so when it comes to, especially an athlete on oral contraceptives, I feel like we're doing a disservice if we don't also discuss some of the nutritional considerations that you want to keep in mind if that's something the individual is going on. Now, the second part of the question, or your first part, on how do oral contraceptives impact hormone balance, that's another really big box that I myself am learning about, but it does have a huge impact on hormonal balance because that's what it targets. That's the point of it. We're trying to target hormonal balances so that we see a change in the system. Now, whether that change is positive or negative, I think depends on the reason why the contraceptive is being prescribed and the hormonal milieu of the individual at that time. So that one's a much broader question, but it absolutely affects hormones. That's the goal. Then we have to ask in which direction and how do we best support it to make sure that it's in a positive way.
All right, we have one more question. I know you guys have a lot, so oh, okay, we'll do a Zoom question. And then if you guys do have some, then she'll be able to help you guys out later. What's the question?
So this is from Zoom. There are so many calorie counting or nutritional support apps. Are there any that are research supported for a home athlete or clinician without access to a dietitian that can use to adequately support patients or even themselves as part of a home program?
Great question. Like, how do I start making changes myself, when I don't get a chance to talk to someone? There's a lot of really good apps or really simple apps because every single app is going to have some sort of an error rate where we're going to miss some of it. So, without endorsing them, I have to say that I think officially, but MyFitnessPal is easy. We've got, what's the calorie counter? Chronometer. We've got so many different ones that are escaping me right now. But the challenge sometimes is more assessing energy expenditure. So energy intake helps us, of course, especially for baseline. But there are times where I suggest looking first at energy expenditure and then also assessing energy intake, because energy intake is going to have inherent flaws. It's hard to do. The portions aren't always correct. It doesn't always include cultural competencies, depending on what our meals are. And our energy expenditures are very distinct from day to day. So while we can do some calorie assessments, at first look at what does the energy expenditure look like, and looking at how to do that, even just a log. You can use a wearable, but even just assessing like, okay, I'm running 5, like this day, and this day, but I did this type of exercise X days. So how do these activity levels start to differ? And in general, do I realize I'm eating more or less that day or the next day? And then we can start to get more detailed with it.
Alrighty, give it one more round of applause for Dr. Sines. You guys have about 10 minutes for a little break. If you have any questions, she'd be happy to answer them as well.
Hello, if everybody would like to please take a seat, we'll get started. Hello, everyone, and thank you for staying for the last lecture of the day. We've saved the best for last. My name is Sydney Gerard. I graduated from the University of Central Florida in the fall of 2021 with my bachelor's degree in kinesiology. I am going to graduate school this upcoming cycle to become a physical therapist. Before I introduce our final speaker, I would like to take a moment to thank B Physical Therapy for sponsoring our next speaker, Dr. Mark Bishop. Located in Oviedo, B Physical Therapy focuses on the root cause of pain and discomfort to restore normal movement for their patients to return to a joyful, energetic, pain-free life. B Physical Therapy is a long-term supporter of the research in the Institute and academic programs within the UCF School of Kinesiology and Physical Therapy. Please do our institute a favor and check out B Physical Therapy. Dr. Mark Bishop is an associate professor in the Department of Physical Therapy at the University of Florida. He is an investigator within the Center of Pain Research and Behavioral Health and the Pain Research and Intervention Center of Excellence. He received entry-level training as a physical therapist in Australia and has worked in the area of musculoskeletal pain for more than 30 years. Currently, he teaches in the DPT and PhD programs at the University of Florida. He has had continuous extramural funding since 2004 for his research, which focuses on the understanding and interventions by physical therapists with an emphasis on manual therapy. The title of his lecture today is, Does It Matter If Pain is a Symptom or a Disease? Please join me in welcoming Dr. Bishop. Thank you.
Thank you, Sydney. And thank you, Matt, and the Institute and people who made it to 5 o'clock on a Friday. I appreciate it. My name's Mark Bishop, and I've been a physical therapist for a while and have been thinking about your pain for a while. And so one of the things that has happened in my practice over the past 30 years and has happened in our research is kind of reconceptualizing what it means. If pain is a disease, what does that actually mean, different from pain being a symptom? And so hopefully we'll be able to get to that if I don't tell too many stories. Sydney, I hear, is keeping me on track because I do deviate periodically from the script. But first, disclosure, apparently I'm also sponsored by B Physical Therapy, so I should put that up there. I've never been sponsored before. It's kind of cool to be sponsored by something for a talk. But I thank you for your tax dollars that have kept me employed here in the United States for a while. And actually, I do have a company that does some work related to this, so I need to disclose that to you. So, for those that have a TikTok empire and need to get busy influencing, if you only remember these things, we'll be talking about what is pain, how do I determine if something's a symptom or a disease, and then what does that mean for the person in pain. So it seems pretty simple, I think, when we start out talking, say, what is pain? So just think for a minute, what is your definition of pain? And I say that it seems simple, but I'm part of an organization, the International Association for the Study of Pain, which we were part of a work group trying to define pain, and it is very hard to define pain. In 1979, they defined it the first time, but they had 6 pages of notes after their definition, because no one could agree on what pain actually was. And so they updated this definition recently. If you remember the 1979 one, have people seen that before? Actually, terrible question. Let me ask a different question. Who has not seen these type of definitions of pain? So everyone's already seen it. Is that right? Some. But it's this idea that it's an unpleasant experience related to actual or potential damage. Actually, the definition I voted for was a learned experience in response to a threat to my existential existence. Yeah, that was my favorite. It didn't make it through, and so we're here. And you see that they still have a list of bullets and caveats, and they're the sort of parts that make pain a very interesting thing to study and to treat, and not so interesting to experience. And what we're going to start with is the fact that nociception and pain are different, right? The very first part of this definition. And so if we set the stage, nociception is just an input. It's just sensation. And to torture a few people, you may have seen this slide in some physiology class and had to learn about your Ruffini stuff and what. But essentially, you have a ton of receptors in the tissue that once they receive a stimulus, depolarize, and you get signal to the spinal cord. And when we think about these different receptors, there's a bunch of receptors that if I keep increasing the stimulus, so something might start out hot, but as it gets hotter and hotter, it may eventually become pain. And so there's a bunch of receptors that you have that respond to increasing stimuli to transition from just regular sensation to nociception. And then you have some other receptors that are quiet and don't respond to anything until there's inflammation. And all of a sudden they turn on and start sending these extra signals. And then you have some very specific receptors that are triggered to potentially damaging levels of stuff. They're hard to trigger experimentally, but if I traumatize the skin, they'll turn on, absent of inflammation. So they're primary nociceptors. Anyway, so we've got all these things going on in the skin. They depolarize. Next thing, it has to get in. And we have, for example, on this robust giant arm of mine, we've got about 1.5 meters to get to my head. We have two primary ways that it's going to get in there, two primary pathways, pipelines, however you want to think about it. And one is my myelinated fibers. So what do you remember about myelin? What's that do? Speeds things up, right? So you have a fast myelinated system. Goes 35 meters a second, and for the metrically impaired, that's 80 miles an hour, something like that. And so if my arm is less than 1.5 meters long, and it's less than 1.5 meters to my head, that signal gets there very quickly. Now, because we're so imaginative in the pain research world, that is called first pain or fast pain, because it gets there really quickly. And that, we'll talk about it in a second, tells me where it is, what's going on. But then I have unmyelinated fibers, C fibers, and they can go as slow in people as 0.5 meters a second. So I get a stimulus, 1,000, 2,000. So it gets there second pain or slow pain. And if you've ever, I must be out of practice, let me back up, different question here, Sydney. So who has hurt themselves? There you go. Who has done something stupid like dropped something heavy on your foot? No, yeah, not just general stupid, but the general injury thing. So when I think about last time I dropped something heavy on my foot, I got the sharp, immediate pain. And then just after that, I got the wave of second unpleasant throb and ache. And so those two inputs serve different purposes when I interpret that input. Now all this comes into the dorsal horn, and so we have going into a different set of lamina. I put up my A beta fibers here just because some people will ask about the gate theory maybe, but this is why the gate theory came to be. You'll see my nociceptive inputs terminating right next to my regular sensory inputs, so that's where Melzick and Wall came up with that particular theory. But it goes into the dorsal horn, and then up to the jelly, and in the first pain comes up, goes to sensory motor stuff, right? Where is it? Maybe initiate some sort of withdrawal. The second pain goes up to my affective parts. So what does affective mean? Emotion. Right? That's the emotion, reflection, it gives me unpleasantness. And so hopefully this is beginning to come together, but I've got the where is it, how big is it, what does it make me feel part. And those two systems get triggered at the same time by these two inputs. And I also have a descending system that's activated, and that is my endogenous way to turn off what's coming in. So if I touch something really hot and I withdraw before I even notice, I have an inhibition system that turns off the input. So I get the wave of second pain come on, but then that begins to decrease because I've removed the stimulus. Experimentally, what we do is we have a really hot thing that we put on you, have you rate the pain, and then when we take it off, it extinguishes or inhibits, right? That's normal. In people with fibromyalgia, chronic low back pain, TMD, irritable bowel, when we take it off, it doesn't extinguish. It can stay there for a second, 2 seconds, sometimes. And so what that suggests is that person's ability to inhibit the system isn't working very well. And so all these three things have to happen for a normal response. Right, so it comes up into what is essentially a big bag of adipose in my head and goes to all these different places here. Now, this is not, we can talk specifically, but I put that up there to show that pain is an experience. The sensory input goes to all these different places. Yes, it goes to the sensory part. Yes, it goes to the motor part. But it goes to my insula. Anyone know what the insula does? Who knows what the insula does? Have you heard of the insula? Right? It actually allows me to compare interior signals, what I'm thinking, to exterior signals, but it's also where I interpret whether this is pleasure or pain. Pretty interesting if you think about it. So I get these inputs coming into a, is this pleasure or pain center? It goes to my amygdala. Amygdala's fear. Nucleus accumbens, reward. Prefrontal cortex, what do I actually think about this? And so all these different places are activated almost simultaneously, and that's how the input becomes pain. I have to interpret. And based on the state of my interpretation, there's lots of other things. Sorry, that was overgeneral. There's a whole lot of sympathetic things, other neural things happening, but the interpretation is really important to how this pain is perceived as either a threat, not a threat, how that interferes with my activity. Can I down-regulate it with this isn't as bad as last time? Is there automatic regulation? So all these things are happening at once. And then I put this on here. This is the loop through the brainstem. So actually, there's a loop that goes from my spinal cord segment to my brainstem back down. That's the automatic shutoff. But then I have some stuff from my prefrontal cortex and affective areas where I can shut it off from here. All right, so I can inhibit it by thinking about it. In these descending systems, we can talk about the opioid system if people like, but certainly it's a system throughout the nervous system, throughout our physiology. We'll have to talk about the microbiome when the previous speaker gets back, because there's now some pretty cool evidence that the state of your microbiome is affecting how well this works as well. So, nociception is that this could be dangerous. Once it gets up into your head, you determine if it is dangerous. The other way that's set is if we interpret it as a threat, pain is a behavior that gets me out of danger. Right. One of the things, and this is the sort of asequential part, Sydney, so if I drift off, get me back on top. Later on, we'll talk a little bit, pain is a learned behavior. Right. I can't tell you what you learned. What's your name? Ivan. I have no idea what Ivan learnt about how to respond to that input. It took me a long time as a PT to learn that, because every time I interacted with Ivan, in my head I was thinking, that doesn't look that bad, Ivan. Or I was thinking, why is he here? He should be at the... And so I was judging his response based on what I learnt. It took me a long time to work out I couldn't do that, because he learnt something very different. One more story. So I grew up in the South Pacific and played rugby down there. And as a skinny high school kid, because obviously I'm not skinny anymore, but as a skinny high school kid, there's a bunch of guys from the islands who, when they become men at 14, get tattoos. They sharpen a piece of bone and they tattoo their thighs and neck, rub dirt and ink and stuff in there. Playing those guys in football was pretty scary, actually, because their culture learnt something very different about what I had learnt was painful, if that makes sense. And so their cultural background was completely different from mine. And so when I was working in Australia and I'm working in an islander community, and I'm asking all these white fella questions about, mate, did that hurt? No, it didn't. That's how I become a man. That's how I got my own boat. So all culturally learned stuff. Now, before I present the picture that pain is bad, pain is actually good. What happens if you don't experience pain? Did you say infection? How do you get an infection from not experiencing pain? Absolutely. So we're just connecting all the dots there, that the fact that you didn't have pain means you didn't recognize tissue damage. You didn't recognize tissue damage, you got an infection. People who work with folks that have diabetes or some of these other asensate conditions, that person's walking around with a big ulcer on their foot, they have no idea. There's some genetic conditions where people don't have the nociceptors and don't process pain the way you and I do, and most of those people don't live very long because they get an infection or an injury, aren't aware, and then suffer from it. So pain is good. Pain keeps us safe. Generally what we're talking about when we're talking about pain as a problem is the pain that's not serving its purpose anymore. It's not protecting me anymore, and that's the bad pain. But let's start with the good pain, and we generally break that into a couple of different categories. One broadly is nociceptive. People might call that inflammatory maybe, where I've had a peripheral tissue damage, something's going on, and I've activated nociceptors and off it goes. The other thing that people may be familiar with is neuropathic pain, which implies there's damage to nerve tissue. To be really confusing, you can have inflammatory damage to nerve tissue, but because it's nerve, we're going to call it neuropathic. Neuropathic might be tingling, numbness, that type of thing. My particular area of practice is in people with chronic back pain and spinal disorders, so it's not uncommon for someone to have both things going on. They've got sharp-shooting leg pain, but they've got burning, so it means that they've got these things going on. Now, to help us navigate some of the issues related to chronic pain, a new definition was released about 2.5, maybe 3 years ago, and this is this idea of nociplastic pain, and that is pain without evidence of tissue trauma. All right, so the whole category and I'm just going to go to the next slide because it fits into this sort of thing, is that when people are talking about acute pain, they usually just mean the initial protective phase, that first part. Recurrent pain means that you've had an acute phase of pain and then recovered to a period where you have no pain. So you might be pain-free for a period, and then you get it again. That's recurrent pain. Chronic pain, true chronic pain, that person never gets any time where there's no pain. All right, so it's a little bit different than I have recurrent pain, and I've had recurrent pain for long periods. Right, because I get if I have recurrent pain, that's zeros. But chronic pain, that person never gets a zero period. Chronic secondary pain means that I injured my back, means I had a primary cause, but it hasn't recovered, and here we are, pain no longer serves its purpose, I still have pain. Chronic primary pain is this idea of nociplastic pain. People are reconceptualizing folks with fibromyalgia, irritable bowel syndrome, some people with TMD, migraines, some of these things as primary pain conditions because there isn't observable evidence of a peripheral stimulus, right? That it can exist without that evidence. Lots of debate happening around how you would measure that, how do you determine that, but it's been set up so we can kind of differentiate that type of pain where I definitely had an injury, right? I definitely traumatized my ACL. I've done my best to retrain my gait, but here we are 15 years later, and now I have this chronic knee pain, right? Definite start. Versus a condition where I have pain without any history of that trauma. All right, so now let's think about the difference between a symptom and a disease. So this is ICF framework. Happy with that? Got a health condition, I got body structures, activities, participation or social roles, and how the environment and personal factors dictate how a body structure problem may become an activity problem, right? It's all directional. So if something is a symptom, say we have degenerative disc disease as our condition, then in the framework of symptom, pain is considered a problem of body structure. Right? I didn't make this up, by the way. This is ICF definitions for degenerative disc disease at the back. If you go, it's got a code, it's got everything, pain as a symptom. And it's always listed in this problem of body structure. And that has some implications for me for treatment because it means I can change a body structure, or I can modify an environment or personal factor to minimize the impact of that change in body structure. I don't know about you guys, I've probably done a lot, hopefully, I don't know if I have. Hopefully I've done that many times in the past 30 years where you've done something and I've been able to resolve whatever the painful issue is. Right? I changed the body structure. Now, if it's a symptom, symptoms have an onset, things that make it better or worse, quality. That's this unpleasant, sharp, burning, all those different qualities. Symptoms have a location. I can ask you how much it is, how big is it. It's got a time course. And then often symptoms have parallel manifestations. Maybe you've got a pain with nausea, something like that. So these are manifestations, and this is a definition of a symptom that comes from the classic Bates textbook, Medical Examination. Now, let's say instead of degenerative disc disease, I have a health condition that I'm going to call chronic pain. In this case, chronic back pain. So where do I put pain in that? It's the condition. And if I'm going to think of pain as a disease, these are the definitions of what makes something a disease. It's got an etiology. Right? This is where we're going to struggle the most for pain as a disease, by the way. It's got an etiology. It's got a mechanism. How does this disease cause the problems? There's morphological changes. I can give you a prognosis and measure the incidence. Right? Prognosis and incidence, I think I'm going to assume that we can agree that there's an incidence for pain. We know chronic pain affects however many millions of Americans. It's the #1 cause of years lived with disability, costs us millions of dollars to manage. So it's got an incidence. We know the prognosis for chronic pain is not good, right? But do we have morphological changes, a mechanism and a cause? Well, I'm going to argue for the bottom two. The cause is still out. But let's talk about some of the morphology and the mechanism for pain as a disease. And the mechanism for pain as a disease is plasticity in the nervous system. So right now, even if the only thing you remember from this afternoon was, I didn't understand a word that guy said, or this was the most boring talk we went to all day, that's plasticity. You modified your brain structure right there. And so plasticity is good, right? We have to have plasticity. Plasticity of pain is good because it helps me protect myself. And there's a couple of different forms. The first one is a really short-term, temporary, reversible one. And this is, stop me if I go too far with this. So it's called temporal summation as an example, but if I put my hand on the hot plate and then don't remove it, let's say it's not hot enough to burn me, because that's what you just thought. You said, but it's going to burn you. No, let's say it doesn't burn me, it's just hot enough to be painful. If I don't remove my hand, the temperature of the hot plate doesn't change. But my nervous system keeps going, hey dummy, move your hand. And so even though the stimulus didn't change, the magnitude of the depolarization that happens in my spinal cord goes. And that's an important protective thing that has to happen. So that's an example of central sensitization, which people talk about a lot, but it's an important part of the protective mechanism. The next type of sensitization is modulation, and we'll talk about that. And the last type we'll also talk about, which is modification. So who's been sunburnt in sunny Orlando before, right? Who got sunburn enough that became like your shirts a little bit? See, I don't know if you noticed, but I don't go tan. I go red, freckle, red, freckle, red, freckle. And sometimes when I'm red, I'm become peripherally sensitized. It's uncomfortable. My shirt hurts or my sunburn hurts. So that's an example of sensitization in the presence of inflammatory response. Or if you've ever banged your thumb with a hammer, and then the next 2 days it's like you have to have your thumb up here somewhere because it feels like you're banging on every surface, table, pocket. It is now sensitized. Right, so that's normal. Tells me that it's injured and I should stop banging it with a hammer. And so that is also reversible. Once the inflammation goes away, that should recover. This is periphery. In my central nervous system, I also modulate under inflammatory responses. Is anyone in here a student? Is anyone in here a student who has experienced a long, stressful week of exams that has interrupted your sleep? Right. Your nervous system has become probably sensitized. Changes in the HPA axis and other ways that your cortisol's working. I don't know about you guys. When I was in PT school, we had exams at the end of the year, a week of exams. So that meant I could do nothing all year and then have the worst week of my life trying to pass PT school. And under those situations with that high stress, low stress, high stress, low stress, when I'm chronically stressed, I gotcha. When I'm chronically stressed and my cortisol gets depleted, cortisol is anti-inflammatory. So when I get stressed, I upregulate inflammation to help protect me, and then I release cortisol to downregulate. And I upregulate and downregulate, and upregulate and, oh, I'm out of cortisol. Upregulate, I'm out of cortisol. Upregulate, I'm out of cortisol. And so chronic stress leads to increased inflammatory markers throughout the central nervous system, and when you're under that, you get centrally sensitized. Good news is if you learn to decrease your stress, you can decrease central sensitization. This is also protective. It's supposed to make you stop whatever you're doing. And so it's good. The problem with all this is when it gets modified. This is what we propose is the mechanism of chronic pain. So every time I experience these things, my gene transcription actually changes my efficiency. So every time you experience something, you become better at it. Turns out that's the same for pain in some cases. But if I change my gene transcription and then I change the structure, I'm changing the structure of the nervous system. And this is part of what people propose is happening with chronic secondary pain, and that the structure is just a little bit different in people with chronic primary pain. And it affects both how quickly I facilitate, but actually the efficiency of my inhibition as well. And so when this goes bad, what we actually see with these changes in structure is in people who have chronic pain, you know, 2-point discrimination. You've done those tests, like how close can I get together my fingers and you can still feel the stimulus. And people with chronic pain, that's really disrupted. Oh, you only have one finger on my back. So, oh, no, I'm on opposite sides of your spine. Oh, no. Or stereognosis, proprioception, all these sort of things change. There's something called, this is sensory motor smudging, which I've always loved. That comes from the imaging people where the locations of things shift. So we know there's structural changes in parts of the brain there. You can end up with previously painless tissues now giving you painful response. Allodynia, heard of allodynia? That's if I brush, right now, the people who are still awake, if you just brush the back of your hand, that doesn't give you, should not give you a painful interpretation. Allodynia, that will become painful. There's this smudging of where usually good sensory information is now being interpreted as painful information. Right? So this is the situation in pain as the disease. The good news is that there's some evidence that if you can change the pain situation, the brain will reverse its structure. So, if we think about that for a minute, the problem with changing the structure of the brain, you try lots of different interventions. Many interventions cause a small amount of change, right? And that's because of the variability in the pain experience. If I give the same treatment to everybody, it's not going to work because everybody's experience is different. And things that, oh, sorry, this is data. This looks remarkably like UFDPT students right here. And we put something hot on them and said, tell me when it becomes painful. And the bottom is the temperature, and you see it ranges from 20 degrees Celsius for the metrically impaired, double it, add 30, so that's about 70 degrees Fahrenheit. And it gets all the way up to 51 degrees. That's a lot of variability. Or if I put 49 degrees on their arm and have them rate it, some people rated it a 0, some people said it was the worst thing they'd ever experienced, right? What causes that variability? Your biology, your identity, my gender role may influence this more than my biological fluctuations. My culture has a giant influence. What did I learn? How should I respond? What should I respond with? How should I act? Age modifies how people respond. Genetics, this is I have time. So we have a big trial going on. I got to tell you, it's taken 16 years to get to the point. We had a 5-year trial just finished where we're matching medications to your genetic haplotypes for a couple of different genes related to pain processing, right? Null results, right? And that's because we were looking at a gene. When we started this work, there was 6 candidate genes. There's now 720 candidate genes that interact either so 720 factorial for the math majors. That's how many potential variations there are in pain processing genes. There's a couple of big favorites, COMT, TRIPT. Those are probably the 2 that are still being worked on. But the genetics, probably we're going to know more about that, probably as epigenetics, because just the genes by themselves didn't seem to do it. And then cognitive and psychological things are important. So, adequate treatment. I get to see the watch look in here. Usually, when we're treating in allopathic medicine, we treat someone to reduce our goal is to reduce your pain. Would that people agree? You come to see me, say, my goal is to reduce your pain. And we reduce the variability. We give you medication to block your capacity to process these things. Or we do interventions to stop the pain. And we focus on executive control. When this happens, think this. If you do this, think this. Now, if I think of pain as a neurological disorder, say like stroke, if you have a stroke and you're trying to regain walking, you practice walking. Right after injury, it takes a lot of cognitive load. You have to think about everything, but eventually you want to get back to automatic gait control. It's walking. But if you have pain, I get you to do a lot of thinking, but we don't practice pain. It's a physiological system. This is a little... So we have a bit of funding right now. Our proposal is that pain is, as a physiological system, will respond like other physiological systems. And I'm pretty confident in the past 30 years, I've accidentally caused you pain, like not on purpose, but said, ooh, yeah, apologies for that. But we actually have a couple of trials going on now where we're taking people whose inhibitory system doesn't work. Remember the people I told you at the front, I put a hot thing on, I take the hot thing off, seconds later they're still feeling pain. And so we're exposing them to controlled, don't get the wrong idea, but it's controlled bouts and experiences of pain over time. And what we've shown in healthy people is their inhibitory capacity improves. The more I experience short-lived pain that resolves, you think about your gas curve for physiological response, short periods of pain that resolve, the better I get. Whatever the physiological system, turns out that's the same for pain in healthy people. So now we have people with chronic pain. Can we improve their nervous system? The other thing that I'm going to leave you with is if the structure of your brain has changed, what do you think it takes to change it back? I mean, no one knows, but I was at a talk where they were conceptualizing this as, Ivan, what's 3 times 3? Right? Most people, that's already locked and fixed. I have to get him to accept that 3 times 3 is 8. Even better, I have to get him to forget 3 times 3 is 9 and relearn something different. So this relearning, this changing takes an incredible amount of practice. And so in places with free healthcare like Australia, chronic pain programs, Mosley's group, they will see people for 2.5 years every day for time. Mick Sullivan's group in Canada, it's daily treatment for months of practice. And here in Florida, I'm lucky to see you for an eval and a follow-up and say, thank you, good luck. But that's because we're treating pain as a symptom. If pain was a symptom, that would be great. But if your pain is a disease, particularly a nervous system disorder, it's gonna take a lot of practice and a lot of work to change it back. And so that's the implication. If I accept it as a disease, it needs to be managed like a disease, not a symptom. So, for those just joining us from their TikTok Reel extravaganza, Insta Reel extravaganza, nociception isn't pain. It's individual and variable. I cannot judge you for your pain. It doesn't help anybody. And the intervention I give, I have to decide, am I treating it as a symptom or treating it as a disease? Because I have to do that differently. I've got to thank a bunch of people. Abby, you made it on the slide. Look at you. So this is the investigators from our group at UF and Duke, and now UCF, I suppose. Thanks for your federal dollars to keep us working. Take any questions that you have.
Okay, who has a question?
Bring it on.
So I had a question regarding probably neuropathic pain. Is it possible that there are other unknown causes of neuropathic pain? For example, like viral inflammation.
So if
like swelling of the spinal cord.
If I just reframe that question, if you experience neuropathic pain, that is always from neural damage.
Okay. So maybe neuroplastic pain.
Yeah, so the nociplastic stuff, there's some work in viral and microbiome. ISP 2 years ago, the microbiome neuropathic nociplastic thing, I have never thought about my gut. If you're not thinking about your gut, apparently it's really important for just about every physiological system. And if I say it like that, that makes sense because I have to get the nutrients in. But the microflora related to intensity and quality and duration of a bunch of both neuropathic pain. And people are beginning to say, for example, irritable bowel for sure is likely related to sort of the nociplastic part, saying, is the microbiome a disease? No, but the change in your microbiome is affecting how you process things. I don't fully understand that, but that would be something to look out for people who are just getting started. Be a next big sort of place, I think. I think we had here and then here.
Hello.
Hello.
So I kind of wanted to connect this with real life practical use in like a physical therapy clinic. So you mentioned pain being individualized and to some extent based on previous experiences. So how can we use that to, I guess, kind of help patients feel more comfortable with doing certain exercises that maybe they are experiencing more pain, but it's not like, I don't want to say not warranted, but they should be at the point where they should be able to do these exercises. How do we get past that obstacle of like showing them that it's okay, you know?
Isn't that a good question? Yeah, so make sure I'm just going to rephrase it a little bit and say what I think you're asking is, how can I convince you that it's okay to experience pain while you're doing this? Some pain is okay, some pain is good. So I have the luxury of working in a pro bono practice. I can spend as long as we need to spend to talk about what's going on with you and what's happening and how can we do this together. And so I'm going to give you two responses. If I have the time, then we can really explore kind of what you think about it, what you're doing, why do you think it is that, where'd you learn that experiencing this means you should stop? But I kind of think that if you're seeing 15 to 20 people a day and you don't have 45 minutes to put aside to talk, that you still need to be able to be present with that person over maybe a couple of visits. If you have the opportunity, Yonesh wrote some really nice stuff about how to introduce some of these topics on the first visit, then where you can do your guided imagery stuff at home. So next time when you come in, we've already said, so pain is a normal part of the life experience. Everybody experiences pain, and it should be able to go from 0 to 10 and back to 0. So if it goes up a little bit, that's great. We're actually causing it to happen. Not so great if it goes up and stays up, right? So experiencing a little bit that then decreases once you stop, that is actually a good sign. Your nervous system is beginning to recover its normal function. It's different if the person's highly irritable and I do something and then they have pain for 6 hours afterwards, then that would be a different story. But I think you're talking about someone with maybe fibromyalgia or a chronic secondary pain disorder or one of those type of things, and say it is actually good that you can experience a little bit more and then have it decrease when we rest. There's a whole lot of other psychologically informed practice stuff that I'd encourage you to think about, like setting quotas and stuff like that, and say, you know what, we're not going to let pain stop us. But every time you feel it, we can stop for 30 seconds. But today, we are walking for 10 minutes. And maybe it takes half an hour to get 10 minutes, but you're just working, you're convincing that person it's okay to experience it. We stop, we just get right back on. Okay. That's what I think you could start with. Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions?
I think there's one right here.
So I was just interested in like what other interventions or how does the plan of care look differently when somebody pain is their like primary concern rather than just a symptom?
Yeah. So are you talking in the best practice world or in the current practice world?
Both.
So one of the things that the pain programs that have had these pretty amazing results actually. Anyone with the same hair color as me probably remembers work hardening was a thing, right? Workers' comp sent you to work hardening, where you showed up at 8 and you dug a hole in a pit of gravel for 25 minutes while the physio watched you like this, and then you sat down, and then you spent 8 hours doing this stuff. It's kind of like that, where you would go to, say, the University of Adelaide, to one of their clinics, and you might spend 2 or 3 hours there doing guided imagery and movement and doing this stuff. And you would do it like days in a row, and you may do it for months in a row. You're not there for 8 hours a day, but every day you may be doing something related to this treatment plan. And I don't know the success of that when it's been translated over. I know at Brooks, I have a colleague over there who runs a chronic pain clinic, and they have a phone call. I need to check in with him. I mean, it'd be perfect to have maybe a telehealth call with you. So, you know, you don't have to come and see us. No, you'd still have to bill for that. But I think there's ways to keep you on track and say, you know, we need to practice this every single day, and we need to practice it a lot every single day. Yeah, I don't know, do you guys tell people the story, the stretching story? Say, if I stretch three times for 30 seconds, I can increase the elasticity of my elastic components of muscle for about 15 minutes, and then it recoils back to where it is. If I want to change the length of your connective tissue, I have to expose that to end-of-range stretch for at least 15 minutes in every direction for 180 plus days. I don't know about you. I have never stretched anything for 180 days. So, good. And so there's a bit of a shift there. I think that would need to be something that you'd have to work with the person to convince them. Say, I'm happy to check in every 2 weeks or every week, but you need to do this for months before this is going to make a big change. Because that's the other thing, back to the expectation part. We spend a lot of time talking to you about your expectations and saying, if you're expecting to have 0 pain in 3 weeks, we've got to change that. We might be able to change you by 1 point in pain in 3 months. You're just trying to work with someone to change their expectations for trajectory, if it's in a chronic, rewired situation.
Thank you.
Alrighty, and we have time for one more. Yep, perfect.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Ivan, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, Dr. Bishop?
I'm good, I'm good.
A question that you probably I would want to know about is, in your research and in your practice, when you have dealt with people, when you have dealt with chronic pain as a symptoms gone, you are now treating it as a disease. Have you dealt with going back to being a symptom because of recurrent injury, and how have you dealt with going back and forth now that they have recurrent injury? Now they don't believe. Now they will always be like in disease, mental.
So are you asking? So I'm going to talk about back pain. Is that right? So you come to see me with back pain, and you've got a chronic back pain disorder. It never goes below 2 out of 10, and it's been like that for years, and sometimes it goes up to 4, and then it goes back to 2, and then it goes up to 4. Are you saying that person has an exacerbation where they come in and say, okay, I've done something because now it's a 7 out of 10? It's okay, well, let's see if we can get it back into your window, sort of thing. I would conceptualize that as an acute on chronic condition, and that if that acute flare-up could indicate a symptom, and so I can manage it as a symptom, work out if it's inflammatory, work out what it is, treat the cause. Okay, we can resolve this symptomatic flare-up and get back to what your baseline for the disease state was.
So in that scenario that you posed, that person will never go back to a 0 pain because they would have a chronic, like bulging disc or something.
Well, if they truly have a chronic pain disorder, it means that they have, if they have zeros, they're very rare and very far between, right? They don't have a time where they're never in pain.
Right.
So they would go back to that state of their nervous system.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Alrighty, if everybody could give Dr. Bishop a round of applause.
Thanks, everybody.
And just one reminder that tomorrow we start at 8 a.m. with Dr. Summer Cook, so make sure you come in. And we will see you all then. Have a great rest of your night.